Councilmember Richardson. Thanks, sir. Councilmember Esparza.
Present.
Vice President Carbasi.
Present.
And Council President Perea.
Here.
We have a quorum.
All right, next is the invocation. This is going to be given by Bais Sarabjit Singh with the Sikh Institute. That will be followed by the Pledge of Allegiance, which will be given by Supervisor Gary Bredefeld. Will everyone please stand?
ਇੱਕ ਓੰਕਾਰ ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ ਜੀ ਕੀ ਫਤਿਹ। ਸ੍ਰੀ ਭਗਵਤੀ ਜੀ ਸਹਾਇ। ਵਾਰ ਸ੍ਰੀ ਭਗਵਤੀ ਜੀ ਕੀ ਪਾਤਸ਼ਾਹੀ ਦਸਵੀਂ। ਪ੍ਰਥਮ ਭਗਵਤੀ ਸਿਮਰ ਕੈ ਗੁਰੂ ਨਾਨਕ ਲਈ ਧਿਆਏ। ਫਿਰ ਅੰਗਦ ਗੁਰ ਤੇ ਅਮਰਦਾਸ ਰਾਮਦਾਸੈ ਹੋਈ ਸਹਾਏ। ਅਰਜਨ ਹਰਗੋਬਿੰਦ ਨੋ ਸਿਮਰਉ ਸ੍ਰੀ ਹਰਿ ਰਾਏ। ਸ੍ਰੀ ਹਰਿ ਕ੍ਰਿਸ਼ਨ ਧਿਆਈਐ ਜਿਸ ਡਿਠੇ ਸਭ ਦੁਖ ਜਾਏ। ਤੇਗ ਬਹਾਦਰ ਸਿਮਰੈ ਘਰ ਨੌ ਨਿਧ ਆਵੈ ਧਾਏ। ਸਭ ਥਾਈ ਹੋਏ ਸਹਾਏ। ਦਸਵਾਂ ਪਾਤਸ਼ਾਹ ਗੁਰੂ ਗੋਬਿੰਦ ਸਿੰਘ ਜੀ ਸਭ ਥਾਈ ਹੋਏ ਸਹਾਏ। ਦਸਾਂ ਪਾਤਸ਼ਾਹੀਆਂ ਦੀ ਜੋਤ ਧੰਨ ਗੁਰੂ ਗ੍ਰੰਥ ਸਾਹਿਬ ਜੀ ਦੇ ਪਾਠ ਦੀਦਾਰ ਦਾ ਧਿਆਨ ਧਰ ਕੇ ਬੋਲੋ ਜੀ ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ। ਹੇ ਨਿਮਾਣਿਆਂ ਦੇ ਮਾਣ ਨਿਤਾਣਿਆਂ ਦੇ ਤਾਣ ਨਿਓਟਿਆਂ ਦੀ ਓਟ। ਹੇ ਅਕਾਲ ਪੁਰਖ ਸੱਚੇ ਪਿਤਾ ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ ਜੀਓ। ਧੰਨ ਧੰਨ ਗੁਰੂ ਗ੍ਰੰਥ ਸਾਹਿਬ ਜੀ ਮਹਾਰਾਜ। ਆਪ ਜੀ ਦੇ ਹਜ਼ੂਰ ਅਰਦਾਸ ਬੇਨਤੀ ਰਜ਼ੋਈ ਹੈ ਜੀ। ਆਪ ਜੀ ਨੂੰ ਹਾਜ਼ਰ ਨਾਜ਼ਰ ਜਾਣਦਿਆਂ ਅਰਦਾਸ ਹੈ ਜੀ। ਨਵੇਂ ਵਰੇ 2025 ਦੇ ਅੰਦਰ ਫਰੈਜ਼ਨੋ ਸਿਟੀ ਕੌਂਸਲ ਦੇ ਨਵੇਂ ਮੈਂਬਰਾਂ ਦਾ ਸਹੁੰ ਚੁੱਕ ਸਮਾਗਮ ਅਤੇ ਇਜਲਾਸ ਹੋ ਰਿਹਾ ਹੈ। ਸਾਰੇ ਮੈਂਬਰਾਂ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਆਪ ਜੀ ਦੀ ਅਸੀਸ ਲੈਣ ਵਾਸਤੇ ਅਰਦਾਸ ਬੇਨਤੀ ਰਜ਼ੋਈ ਹੈ ਜੀ। ਸਾਰੇ ਮੈਂਬਰਾਂ ਦੇ ਸਿਰ 'ਤੇ ਮਿਹਰ ਭਰਿਆ ਹੱਥ ਰੱਖਣਾ। ਸਭਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਤਨਦੇਹੀ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਦੇਸ਼ ਦੀ ਸੇਵਾ ਕਰਨ ਦਾ ਜਜ਼ਬਾ ਬਖਸ਼ਿਸ਼ ਕਰਨਾ। ਦੇਸ਼ ਭਗਤੀ ਬਖਸ਼ਿਸ਼ ਕਰਨੀ। ਇਸ ਦੇਸ਼ ਨੂੰ ਹਮੇਸ਼ਾ ਚੜ੍ਹਦੀ ਕਲਾ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਰੱਖਣਾ ਜੀ। ਸਹੀ ਪਿਆਰੇ ਮੇਲ ਜਿਨ੍ਹਾਂ ਮਿਲਿਆ ਤੇਰਾ ਨਾਮ ਚਿਤ ਆਵੈ। ਨਾਨਕ ਨਾਮ ਚੜ੍ਹਦੀ ਕਲਾ ਤੇਰੇ ਭਾਣੇ ਸਰਬੱਤ ਦਾ ਭਲਾ। ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ ਜੀ ਕਾ ਖਾਲਸਾ ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ ਜੀ ਕੀ ਫਤਿਹ। ਬੋਲੇ ਸੋ ਨਿਹਾਲ ਸਤਿ ਸ੍ਰੀ ਅਕਾਲ। Now I will translate this prayer. One universal creator God, by the grace of the true Guru, Almighty God, we call you by many names, but you are one. Keep your divine hand over the members of this city council as they help steer the future of our great city. Keep truth on our tongues, love in our hearts, and sound judgment in our minds. Remind us of our purpose to love and serve one another and create a more peaceful world. We ask for blessings unto all leaders as they work for the common good. Give all who govern this land humility and courage, integrity and compassion. Release each one of us from ego so that we may serve selflessly. Help us remember that we belong to one family. Recognize the entire human race as one. We ask of the Almighty to also keep watch over our nation's protectors who work tirelessly day and night to ensure our safety and our freedom. You are everywhere, all are yours. Whatever is seen, O God, is your form. My Lord, you are but one. We ask you to bless this great nation and its people. In the name of Nanak, may we find everlasting peace, love, unity, mutual respect, service, and dedication to all of humankind. With your will, Almighty God, may there be welfare for all humanity. Vaheguru Ji ka Khalsa, Vaheguru Ji ki Fateh. Thank you.
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
City Clerk, are there any changes or items removed from today's agenda?
I do have a few changes to the agenda, and I'd just quickly like to let our interpreters, audience know that we have in-house Spanish translators, and they're going to let the audience know what services they can provide.
Hello, good morning. My name is Jael. I am your in-house Spanish interpreter from Focus Interpreting. If you are in need of Spanish interpretation services, you can find us towards the back of the auditorium. We have headsets available there for you. Hola, muy buenos días. Mi nombre es Jael. Soy su intérprete de español de parte de Focus Interpreting. Si usted necesita asistencia de interpretación en español, nos puede encontrar la parte posterior del auditorio. Ahí tenemos auriculares disponibles para ustedes y con mucho gusto les atendemos. Muchas gracias.
Thank you. And changes to the agenda. I need to announce that consent calendar item 2B, as in boy, that is file ID 25-12, regarding the resolution to adopt the 585th Amendment to the Master Fee Schedule, the following correction needs to be read into the record. On page 8 of the Master Fee Schedule, under the airports sections, airports public safety officer fee should reflect $57.73 instead of $56.54. Also, the public safety vehicle and officer fee should reflect $61.73 instead of $60.54 per the Fresno Airport Safety Officer Association MOU increase that was adopted by Council on November 7th, 2024. The following items have been removed from today's agenda. 2S, that is ID 25-26, regarding the approval of final tract number 6410 and accepting a dedicated public uses offered therein. That item was removed and continued to the January 30th meeting by staff. We have closed session item 5B, that is file ID 25-11. That is a anticipated litigation, Josie Rodriguez versus City of Fresno. That item was removed and continued to the January 30th, 2025 meeting by staff. And the following items have been moved to the contested consent calendar for additional discussion. We have item 2B, that is file ID 25-12, the resolution to adopt the 585th Amendment to the Master Fee Schedule. That was removed to contested consent by Council Members Arias and Council Member Maxwell. 2D, that is file ID 25-18, pertaining to Garage 9 renovation project. That was removed to contested consent by Council Member Arias. 2H, that is 25-16, a resolution to adopt the 30th Amendment to the Annual Appropriations Resolution. That was moved to the contested consent by Vice President Carbasi. Consent calendar item 2N, that is file ID 25-19, approving the consultant services agreement with Beacon Integrated Professional Resources, moved to contested consent by Councilmember Arias. And lastly, we have consent calendar item 2P, that is 25-5, regarding the First Amendment to Consultant Services Agreement with Southwest Strategies, moved to contested by consent by Council Member Arias. I'm done sucking.
I think there was one more change, City Clerk. City Attorney, can you please read that out?
Yes, Council President. City Clerk, item G should read as sponsors City Attorney's Office and Police Department. It's a joint grant.
Noted. Thank you.
Thank you. Council members, are there any other items you wish to remove, continue, or pull for discussion? Council Member Arias?
No, Council President.
Council Member Maxwell?
No changes, President.
Supervisor Chavez, you trying to change anything today? No? Okay. Supervisor, okay, no. Council Member Esparza?
I'll pass.
Council Vice President?
No, none, Madam President.
And I have none myself, so can I get a motion to approve? I have a motion to approve the agenda as amended by Councilmember Arias, seconded by Councilmember seconded by Councilmember Richardson. Any objection? Item passes 6-0. All right. We're going to start first with comments from our departing council members, and that's why we do have our two supervisors here with us today. Up first, we have former District 5 council member Luis Chavez.
Thank you, Council President, and I will be brief. I don't want to be accused of being bloviating of any kind. I will not go through commandments either, or show pony. First of all, I want to just take the opportunity to thank the residents of District 5 for entrusting me with the responsibility of representing them. That is something that I take very seriously. I'm incredibly humbled by the opportunity to serve them for these many years. This will probably be the last time my colleagues hear me say this, but I've been in the building now 15 years. They took my youth here. I started in my late 20s. I'm now in my mid 40s. But I haven't got any gray yet, or I still have my hair. Thank you, Grandpa, for the good genes. But I do want to take the opportunity to thank a couple of folks. My family, obviously, they've always stood by me and supported me in this adventure. Also, my labor family, they've always stood with me, and I respect and appreciate that. I do want to also address some comments to our city employees. I think for me, I've always seen this place as a place of reverence. It commands a lot of respect and work because of the significance of the work that we do here. I've always felt this is the true people's house. And I truly mean that when I say that, because there's no other level of government that impacts the daily lives of our residents than the city does. Every time you turn on your clean drinking water, it's because one of our public servants made sure that happened. The trash that gets picked up, the street lights, the potholes, but more importantly, the fact that our community has been safe is credit to our police department and the work that they do every single day. To our firefighters, thank you. Right now, I think what's happening in Southern California is a reminder of people that when people are running out of places, we have our firefighters that are running towards danger and saving lives, and I want to publicly thank them. Our code enforcement folks for improving the quality of life in our community under our city attorney's office. I always said you guys are my favorite department because I'm right next to you, and you sign off on all the legal matters in this building. And then all of our line staff members that work every single day to make sure that the mission of this city is carried through on a daily basis. I also want to take the opportunity to thank a lot of the residents that have been partners with me. A lot of you know I work very closely with our faith-based organizations, our churches, temples out in our community. The work that we've been able to do here has been because of that partnership. Nobody on this dais can tell you that they do the work by themselves. That just doesn't happen. We have to work with folks. And so I think for me, I want to thank my colleagues for a crazy years. Councilmember Maxwell, I've seen you grow and mature quite a bit from when you first started. I think you have a bright future. Councilmember Esparza, you as well. You work really hard for your constituents. I know that. Councilmember and soon-to-be President Mike Carbasi, good friend, thank you for your friendship and your advice. And I will definitely be using that over at the other place I'm going to. Council President, she stepped out for a second. But she's done an amazing job this year in leading this city and the organization. There's a reason why we have a lot of calm and peace. I think having women in charge brings calm and peace to an organization. So thank you for that, Council President. Councilmember Arias, you and I go back, way back. We've got a lot of secrets that we both know from each other. I won't tell if you won't tell. But thank you for your leadership and being the firecracker here at the city. And speaking of firecrackers, Councilmember Supervisor Bredefeld, thank you for your friendship and your partnership. We'll continue to work together over at the the new place that we're going to. Mayor, where's the mayor? Oh, Mayor, thank you for your leadership. Watching that building named after you yesterday was really fitting for the work that you've done in our city. I've said this before, I think you've been one of the best mayors that the city has seen. You show up, sometimes to uncomfortable situations, but you care about our community. And I remember one of the first Beautify Fresno events that we had. It started off as an initiative. You've turned that into a movement that gives people a sense of pride and community, and you really brought that One Fresno mission together, because we have people that come from North Fresno to South Fresno to clean up our community and give us that sense of belonging. That's been because of your leadership in the work that you've done. And I know you don't do it alone. Diane, thank you for letting him do some of that work. But he should spend some more time at home. That's just, I'm just going to say that on there. To our city manager, Dan, you and I have been here. You're probably one of the few people that outnumber the years, probably double the years that I've been here in this building, but you have a lot of institutional knowledge, but you're an amazing, amazing manager. A lot of people don't have that very unique combination of understanding the politics and navigating, but also being very, very great at your job and managing the daily operations here of this building. So with that, the last thing I'll say, because I'm starting to blow V8 a little bit, is that for me, this is really not a goodbye, and I truly mean that. I've already teed up a couple of things with the mayor to work on over at the county. I've actually added constituents from the neighborhoods in Fashion Fair. My district will now represent 4 council districts. I look forward to working with my colleagues, and I will forever call you colleagues. And there's a reason why I'm wearing the county pin, but also the city pin, because I am part of the city, and I will forever consider myself part of the city family. So again, thank you to everybody here today. This is one of those days that are a vivid reminder of the one thing that is certain in this building, and that is that all of us up here, we're just passing through. And we're just passing through. By the time that we're here, we're going to make a difference in people's lives. I believe that for every single one of my colleagues. They do great work. The pandemic showed that. When tragedy struck, we stepped up and we performed. Did we bat 100? No, we're pretty close to that. So again, thank you to the residents. It's not a goodbye. It's I'll see you later. I'll see you later, and look forward to working with you guys. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor. This is also a roast, so we're going to take turns roasting you now. Just kidding. Just kidding. All right, up next, we have former City Council member for District 6, Gary Bredefield.
Thank you. I've had the honor and privilege to serve 3 terms, 12 years in this beautiful chamber. I have a lot of wonderful memories here, and they're going to stay with me forever. It's truly been the honor of my life to represent District 6 residents and to work on their behalf to improve our city. I'm leaving here today with feelings of gratitude and sadness of having to say goodbye to so many people I respect and care about. But I'm also proud of what my colleagues and I have accomplished. My first term, believe it or not, I was here in 1997 to 2001. Henry Pereira is in the audience. He and I served. He sat right here. And so we served together, and at that time, believe it or not, the city of Fresno was known as #1 for auto theft and #2 for arson. It was a tough time. And we hired hundreds of police officers, and we turned it around. And because of that, in the year 2000, Fresno became an all-America city. Several of my colleagues and I at that time also led the effort to build Chichansi Park, which now has every year 400 to 500,000 families that enjoy professional baseball and other entertainment venues. And we anticipated millions of dollars being invested in the downtown area, and they built 400 apartments. And we built a new exhibit hall at that time, too, which brings in conventions and is a staple in our downtown for numerous events. That happened at that time. And more recently, over the last 8 years, we reflected the beautiful core values of Fresno when we installed our national motto, "In God We Trust," in this chamber. And we built 2 beautiful memorials outside this building, one in honor to our City of Fresno veterans who gave the ultimate sacrifice in numerous wars, and also to our great police officers and firefighters who gave their lives in service to our citizens. So when people come to this building, they know the values of Fresno. We built a first-rate, state-of-the-art animal center. We hired the highest level of police officers and firefighters in Fresno's history. We improved the permitting process for businesses with at-risk permitting legislation and enacted other legislation that helped businesses, mitigated homelessness, reduced crime, and beautified our city. Every one of us up here, in collaboration with Mayor Dyer, have made positive changes in our city, and I couldn't be more prouder of those efforts, accomplishments, and the people sitting up here. None of this would be possible without the support of so many people. I want to thank my family, my fantastic wife of 41 years, Susan, who's always supported me, as have my two sons, Jordan and Derek. I want to thank the people of District 6 who entrusted me to serve them for 3 terms. I also want to thank all the people up here, my colleagues. Though we come from different backgrounds, have different political views, I respect and appreciate each and every one of you. You all work hard to improve this city. You're passionate in your desire to help people, and I respect you all. Miguel, Mike, Tyler, and Elisa, Nelson, and Luis. Thank you all for what you do for our city, for challenging me many times, and for your friendship. I wish you all the very best and much success in all of your future endeavors. And of course, I'm just down the block, and we'll continue to work on many things in the future. And I consider you all my friends. People don't understand. We may battle up here, but we're done back here. We're laughing and teasing each other and having a good time because we really are friends, but we're passionate about what we do. Thank you to my good friend, Mayor Jerry Dyer. Mayor, your service of 44 years to this community is absolutely incredible. And you set the standard for work ethic and accomplishment as our mayor. And I also believe you're going to go down as one of the best mayors in Fresno's history. Thank you for all you do, and I tremendously value our friendship. And I am also honored that I'm the only person that got you to curse in the last 25 years. And I remember it well, Mayor. I remember it well. Thank you to Georgianne White, my good friend and of some 28 years. Not everyone knows I hired her as my chief of staff some 27, 28 years ago. I tell her I gave her municipal birth. And I'm so proud of you and your accomplishments as city manager of this great city. Thank you to all your city staff, department heads for all they do for our citizens and helping my office. I want to thank our police and our firefighters, every one of you, for the sacrifice you make, and this city will always support you. Thank you to Nicole DeMera, my outstanding chief of staff for 8 years, all her great work. To Danny Guy, who worked in my office, is now my new chief of staff. To Gail Pifferini, who did so much for our citizens. And most importantly, I want to thank my Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ, for his grace, his sacrifice. I would not be here if not for him. And now it is time for me to say goodbye. I wish our new incoming council member, Nick Richardson, all the very best. You worked extremely hard to get here. I know how hard you worked because you and I saw each other out there walking together and bumped into each other. And I know you and your colleagues are going to do great things. Congratulations to you and your family, Nick. And with that, I'm ready to bid adieu whenever you guys are ready to have me do. Although I really was thinking maybe I'm not going to leave and you're going to have to drag me out of here, but I will leave. Thank you all. Thank you all for being here.
We can't have you two leave without first giving you a couple parting gifts. So I'm going to ask the entire council to join me up front for a quick gift exchange.
Right up on the firing line, out front, gentlemen, Luis and Gary. So like Council Supervisor Bredefeld said, yes, we do battle, but there is a lot of shared love up here. And you guys are leaving the city, leaving all the sophistication, and you're going to join Supervisor Maxick. Oh, I think we see you back there. Welcome. And Sheriff John Zanoni, welcome. You're going to go country on us. So in the spirit of going country, we have two gifts for you. Councilmember Bredefeld. However, we can't let my dear friend Luis Chavez not go out with a little bit more flair and style. So for you, Luis, we have a special hat. And that is from your fellow colleagues on the council. And for me, I have gifts for each of you. Luis, a bolo tie to go along with the look. And and to my good friend and often partner in North Fresno, Supervisor Gary Bredefeld, I have a video for you. Yes, your highlights. If there's any children in the room, please leave.
Children, earmuffs.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that you will support, well, and faithfully discharge the duties upon which you are about to enter?
I do.
Congratulations, Dan.
Thank you. Thanks.
Every Thursday, every week, the City Council and the Mayor, we work on very important issues affecting our city. We talk about building up our police force. We talk about fire safety. We talk about building neighborhood parks, planting trees. It's my hope that after May 11th on 4 p.m., this is what we'll see in the People's Chamber.
It was tough turning this dirt into this diamond, but we did, and the downtown stadium has changed the landscape. When I ran in the late 1990s, crime was at a frightening pace. We have to build up our police department again. I've been walking for over a year, whether it's rain, sunshine. It's been a long year. I started walking precincts in January. There are 60 precincts in this district.
I'm walking for Gary Bredefeld and very passionate about this. And we know he's the best man for the job.
I don't know when elected officials will learn who they work for. It's for the public.
And I'm here along with Councilman Bredefeld, and we're going to talk about this.
So they don't fail these 70,000 kids again.
America, but it's only as strong as we are strong.
We will never forget these men and women, though they were with us for a short time. Their legacy of courage, valor, and sacrifice is timeless.
There's no reason why every non-essential business shouldn't be open now, and it should be open now. Not a week, not a month, now.
I got just one life in a world that keeps on pushing me around, but I stand my ground.
On active duty, and aside from my family and children, that is the greatest honor that I ever had the privilege of doing.
Gary, you mentioned it earlier, but you said you served with my father a number of years ago, and now you're serving with me.
I know.
How old does that make you, Gary? How old? Okay.
It was this big when I was
And then you'll probably come back and serve again with my kids someday, too. So.
Nick is just keeping the seat warm for me.
Great years. All right. Gary, it's been a pleasure just getting to know you, working with you. My father always spoke very highly about his relationship with you, both personally and professionally. And I've thoroughly enjoyed it, too, the last couple years. And so thank you for your partnership, whether it was partnering to address illegal sideshows or to address illegal animal breeding. You were an easy person to work with, to partner with, and to get good things done. So I will forever miss you, but I know you're not going too far. Luis, Supervisor Chavez, it has too been a pleasure getting to know you and working with you. You've been here for, say, 20 years? You've been a council member for 22 years. But you have been a good role model to learn from. You're proactive with what you do. You're very pragmatic, and you embody characteristics that anyone should look up to. So thank you for everything you've done for me.
Man, I feel like I'm sending my kids off to college. You guys have graduated from the minor leagues. I'm going to miss you both very much. I've had the pleasure of working with you both for the last 4 years. Supervisor Chavez, I think you really embody, what a diplomat and a statesman should look like. You are always willing to meet with anybody and everybody to solve an issue. It doesn't matter if it's somebody that shares your beliefs or somebody on the opposite side of the spectrum politically from you, exactly. You're always willing to work with anybody to get stuff done, and I think that's going to bode very well for you going over to the Board of Supervisors. I will say this, I think this next council is going to be up in the air because we don't have anybody to land this thing anymore. Councilmember Chavez was famous for landing us when we were in the middle of tough negotiations or conversations on the dais. So, not crashing, but landing. So we're going to miss you, Supervisor. Supervisor Bredefeld, I think I've probably learned the most from you out of everybody up here on this dais. I don't think we learn much from folks who share our same beliefs and values. I think we learn and grow from people who challenge us. I know you definitely push me to grow many times. Sometimes you push me too far, but you always push me, and I think that I'm a better council member because of it. Thank you for your friendship to both of you guys, and look forward to continue working with you guys in the future. Best of luck to both of you.
Supervisors, feels good to say that. Feels good to say that. I guess I'll go one by one. We're going to miss you certainly, here. Miss you both. To Luis, Supervisor Chavez, you've been a colleague for both of you actually have been here the entire time that I've been here. It's been a pleasure to overlap our terms. Luis in particular, you're my supervisor now. So I'm one of your constituents, as are 4 or 5 of the council members. Always appreciated how sort of grounded you were, how calm you were. I think we shared that characteristic. A little calm around here is good, with all the fireworks that tend to happen. Looking forward to what you're going to do next. And you said the building sucked away your youth, but in the same sense, I've seen you grow. We've all grown. And seen you transform into a leader and prepare to not just govern Southeast Fresno, but now the entire southern and central portion of our city, represent us at the Hall of Records. So it's not a goodbye. It's just I'll see you across the street. See you on the sidewalk walking to lunch. We'll continue to do our foodie runs. And since you're gone now, it makes me the #1 foodie on the council since you're leaving. But congratulations, and I'll look forward to hearing, in 6 months from now, when you're at the county, you say, "Yeah, I've been here a whole year," because the joke is, Luis, every meeting he says, "I've been here 14 years, I've been here 15 years." And my joke is every 6 months it goes up by about 1.5 years. It just keeps kind of increasing. I'm like, when did that happen? It feels like it, yeah. So being in this line of work. We're relatively young men, but these election cycles are really like dog years. They take it out of you, and so kudos to you for moving on, and again looking forward to your leadership over at the county, and to Gary, my friend, my foe, my show partner. We've been friends and we've been foes, and I prefer you as a friend, and. It's been a pleasure to serve alongside you. Always appreciated your statesmanship, how hard you fight for your district. I think all of us come to City Hall on a daily basis wanting to represent our constituents. And frankly, we represent folks with different values, right? And that you see that manifest itself in our battles. And so I call you my show partner because I think we put on some of the greatest shows in Fresno City Council history. Greatest show in Fresno every other Thursday. But to you two, I'm looking forward to seeing you take what you've done here and move that over to the county. And I'm really looking forward to it. I mean that. Let's shake it up a little bit, you know, show them what it looks like to get out of the comfort zone. And ultimately, I think the community is going to benefit from that when we all get out of our comfort zone. So I think you're the man for that. I'm looking forward to seeing Supervisor Bredefield in action. Again, it's been a pleasure to serve with both of you. Thank you.
Well, Gary, first of all, congratulations to Luis and Gary, and my condolences to Nathan, Brian, and not Buddy, because he deserves it. I can't wait for you to bring some real oversight, public discourse to the county of Fresno, and for you to repurpose that empty county jail from storing papers to some housing. I'm sure the sheriff will enjoy that conversation. But in all seriousness, over the years, Gary and I have been at complete extreme sides of the political worlds that we live in, primarily because of our lived experience. Member Chavez and I have a lot in common, secrets, of course, but more importantly, lived experiences. You have a different position in life and a different perspective in life when you are the first generation that takes themselves out of poverty and uplifts to middle class. Primarily because not everybody in your family comes with you to the middle class. So when we have discussions about affordable housing, we're not talking about people we don't know. We're talking about our family members. When we're talking about immigration raids, we're not talking about strangers. We're talking about our neighbors and our family members. Small businesses, yes, all of us sign checks on both sides of the checks. So I expect that, as Luis has done here, he will be an advocate for the communities that he represents because he is from that community, and I have a lot of hopes. I also expect Gary to be the courageous leader that he has been and to light some fires because they're desperately needed. The County of Fresno is a safety net social system for 1 million people. And when you walk into that boardroom, it feels like a rosary. Very little discourse, very little debate, very little discussion on the most important safety net system for 1 million people in this area. And for far too long, our city residents, that are county residents, have been ignored. Ignored by a group of folks who feel that they're above reproach and that they are kings of the castle. So it's my hope that both of you would do a better job of advocating for everyone in the county, including our rural communities and our incorporated areas. And I'm looking forward to you guys attending the next drag show at Splash with your hats. We will save you a spot. Gary, the last thing I'll say about you is this. I've had a lot of my colleagues over for dinner, and the only person that my wife has asked for a return date is Gary and his wife. And I think it's because your wife, not so much of your politics, Gary. But thank you for being publicly engaged in constructive criticism, constructive debates, constructive discourse, and still having the humanity to treat people with respect and dignity. So thank you both. Best of luck, Luis. Let him loose.
Well, first, it's always a pleasure to follow Councilmember Arias. Now it's my turn to bring forth the spirit of optimism. Let me start with Councilmember Chavez, Supervisor Chavez now, the white hat. He is the good guy. He's going to go over there and save the county. So, Nathan, thank God you got somebody to bring over the white hat to save the county. But Luis and I have been friends for probably 25 years. And we've had a lot of opportunity to get to know each other on duty. When I say at work, we've traveled abroad. We spent some time in Guadalajara, and we also spent some time in Germany together for a week. And this guy is always a great time to be with. And did you go to Japan? You did you? Yeah. I didn't drink for 31 years, and Luis got me to take a shot of tequila in Guadalajara, and it's been downhill ever since. And Gary, yes, he did get me. It was actually 30 years, Gary. I hadn't used a curse word until Gary came along, and it ended up on the front page of the Fresno Bee. But getting back to Luis, Luis has always been the voice of calm. And I say that not only from the dais, but also when we're in closed session. Whenever there's a heated debate in there, this guy is the voice of calm. He does get us to land that plane. He brings in good reasoning, and I've always appreciated that about him. And the other thing I've appreciated is that this guy is the most politically savvy, I think, on our council. Whenever something's happening in Sacramento, Luis is the first one to call me to tell me what's going on behind the scenes. Not what you read in the paper, but what's really going on behind the scenes. And the same locally with any of our political boards. He knows exactly who's endorsing who's supporting who's having friction with one another. Luis is on top of all of that. And so I do appreciate that. And Luis, always appreciated you supporting me along the way. And you know I support you and have supported you, and I'll support you over at the Board of Supervisors. You've been a friend, and you'll continue to be a friend. And Gary Butterfield, the show pony, the bloviator, the guy that has been a friend of mine for, 30 years now. And so we've known each other a long, long time. It was my honor to be able to support him when he ran for Board of Supervisor as well, because I believe in him. This guy is a voice of courage. He's one of the most boldest individuals I've ever met in my life. He will tell you what you need to hear, not what you want to hear. He is somebody that fights for his constituents and stands up for them, every single one of them. He may be the only one on an issue that takes a certain stance, but I can tell you he will not waver. And he will not waver at the Board of Supervisors. But one thing I know about Gary, as well as Luis, they operate with a pure heart. What they do the right thing for the right reason. And I believe in both of you, in your leadership style. So we're going to miss you. I know we're going to still hang out here and there. We got some good things that we're going to do between the city and the county. I look forward to that. And I do want good relationships with the county, with our sheriff's department, with all of our departments, behavioral health. We have so much more ahead of us to do. And I know we got the tax sharing agreement done thanks to Council President Perea and Council Members Maxwell and Carbasi. Thank you for that. And that's only the beginning. We have a big future ahead of us. So congratulations. If there's anything I can ever do in your futures or with your families, please let me know. God bless you guys. Wish you the best.
Very briefly, just Councilmember Chavez, Luis, it's been an honor becoming your friend. My very first moment as a councilman-elect in this building, you got me the key to my office. I'll never forget that moment. And what I've learned about you, and this is in all sincerity, Luis, a lot of people in government at all levels, they're always willing to say no and put up roadblocks. Luis is the guy with the wrecking ball trying to find a way to say yes for regular folk, for small businesses. And I look forward to us doing that together, city, county. Councilman Gary Redefeld. Gary, there have been times where we have disagreed on issues politically, but we have always stood together when it came to doing what's right, whether it's calling out people that want to shut down our schools because of the impact it had on our children, when it's standing up for law enforcement, not just when it's convenient, but when they were under attack, and we did that together. And what did you always say? Mike, where's your spine today? And I always appreciate the fact, no. And I think about that, because it's really easy to kind of change when you get here, but you've always done a great job of making sure, and I'm going to mention that later today, about people that are good friends that hold me accountable. And because of people like you, I'm a much better leader. Thank you so much for your service. God bless you, Gary. Thank you very much.
Go back up.
Council, I did just want to inform you for the benefit of the public that in recognition of Member Chavez's 14 or 15 or 20 years at City Hall, we have named a special office space for him in his honor. So we will be unveiling that later privately.
All right. Up next, we have our ceremonial presentations. This is going to be the swearing in of our newly elected or re-elected council members and mayor. Up first, we have Mayor Jerry Dyer. The oath will be administered by Diane Dyer, Jeremy Dyer, and Janelle Hastings.
Thank you. I'm going to have my wife come up first and bring the Bible so I can put my hand on it. And I'm going to have my daughter, Janelle Hastings, please come forward. She's going to administer part of the oath. And I'm going to have also Jeremy Dyer, my son, come up. And I'd like all of our family members, my grandkids, Aiden, Declan, Trinity, Sawyer, and Charlotte to please come up. And I think you guys should come and surround me. Okay. So Janelle and Jeremy, please come up. Oh, you guys are doing it. Okay, you have it. Well, then I'm out of the loop. Okay.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that you will support and defend the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the State of California against all enemies, foreign and domestic?
That you will bear true faith and allegiance to the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the State of California.
That you take this obligation freely without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion.
And that you will well and faithfully discharge the duties upon which you are about to enter.
I will. Well, that was a surprise. They surprised me a lot at home. Well, what an incredible honor to be here today. And I want to thank everybody for coming out to this special occasion to be able to see our council chambers packed with people who actually support us is nice, because sometimes on Thursdays that's not the case, as our council can attest to. I've already introduced my family to you, and so I won't do that again, but I am thankful that they are here today. I really do love my wife, my children, their spouses, and our grandchildren. They mean everything to me. I'm truly thankful for the opportunities that God has given me to serve. First 40 years in the Fresno Police Department, and then the last 18 years as a police chief, and now as the mayor of this city for the past 4 years, and now having an opportunity to serve a second term. And really what has sustained me throughout my career has been three things: my faith, my family, and my fitness. My faith in my Lord and Savior Jesus Christ, the support that I have from my family, my wife, my children, my grandchildren, my parents over the years, my sister, and my fitness. I work out every day, and if I didn't work out every day, I would lose my mind working with this council. But that is really what I focus on in my life as my foundation. And I will tell you that it is truly an honor to be able to serve as a leader. For those of you who serve in that capacity, you know that. But to serve as an elected official is really an honor and humbling, because it demonstrates a vote of confidence from the people in which you serve. You're not appointed, you're elected by the people in which you serve. And so it's an honor. And to be re-elected is a double honor because it's a vote of support and approval from the people after they've had the opportunity to see you perform over a period of time. And so it is a double honor. There's been a couple of guiding principles that I've relied on throughout my career, and I certainly do as a mayor, that has helped me, and they have served me well along the way. And the first one is, it's important as a leader to have the attitude of servitude. And that servitude is foundational for what we call our We Work For You culture here at City Hall. We want all of our 4,400 employees to say, we work for you, the people of Fresno. And it has carried us well. And secondly, this is what I believe in deep in my heart. Although it is okay to think highly of the position you hold, never think too highly of yourself in that position. That is what keeps us humble, and that is what truly keeps us grounded as leaders. And I believe that in my heart. And you know, it is through hard work that we've been able to accomplish a lot of things. I've been blessed. I've been blessed to have a lot of people who surround me, from this city council to the folks in my administration. And if not for them, we would not have been able to accomplish the things that we have. And I do mean we. No one person can accomplish anything in life. And I want to have a special thank you right now to my city manager, Georgianne White, who is the leader of the city of Fresno. I worked with Georgianne when I was the police chief, and she was the chief of staff for 2 different mayors. And I can tell you, she gets things done. And she really gets things done as a city manager. This council can attest to it. So I want to say thank you to Georgianne. Thank you to her incredible team of assistant city managers, Nick Macias and TJ Miller and Ruthie Quinto, who are here. I appreciate you, and all the folks that work in our office. A special thanks to my chief of staff, Kelly Furtado, who no one can outwork her and no one can outthink her. Thank you, Kelly, for all that you do. For my director of communications, Santaya Rose, thank you for marketing this city. Thank you for keeping me on track and for being so responsive to our media. And I want to say a special thank you also to all of our department directors throughout the city of Fresno, from the fire chief to the police chief to Public Works to all of those, Parks Department. These are the people, along with the employees, that work so hard, that carry out the vision and the mission for the city of Fresno. And that vision that we share collectively is this: is to have an inclusive, prosperous, beautiful city where people take pride in their neighborhood and their community. To have a government that listens, keeps its promises, and is owned by the people. And let me just tell you that that vision could not be carried out or achieved without the cooperation, hard work, and support of our city council that is seated here today. They work tirelessly, and I truly mean this when I say that they seldom receive the credit in which they deserve. I get to see their dedication, I get to see their passion daily, I get to see how much they care about the neighborhoods in which they serve. And one thing I've learned in my last 4 years over here at City Hall is that politics really is a team sport. Collectively, we've been able to tackle homelessness, increase our housing stock, make our neighborhoods safer, beautify our streets, revitalize our downtown, stimulate our economy, and invest in our youth. In the police department, we added 88 police officers, 19 dispatchers. We added crime scene investigators and park rangers, and we've seen the results. Dramatic reductions in violent crime, decreased response times to calls for service, increased clearance rates on violent crimes, and they have done an incredible job. In our fire department, a department I'm very, very proud of, a department that's been one of the most overworked and understaffed in the nation. We've added 75 firefighters, increased daily staffing levels, and created medical squads to free up firefighters and apparatus to be more available to fight fires. And in the realm of homelessness, one of the most pressing issues in our nation, since 2021, we've housed in emergency shelter over 9,200 people. And of those 9,200 people, 53% of them have been placed into permanent housing. And after a 2-year period, 95% of them remain in those permanent housing. Thousands of volunteers have come out yearly as part of our Beautify Fresno effort, our movement, to clean up neighborhoods, remove graffiti, and plant trees. We implemented quadrant crews about 6 months ago, and they've removed in that short period of time over 1.5 million pounds of trash from our neighborhoods. The graffiti abatement team works tirelessly to keep our neighborhoods graffiti-free. And our pothole elimination team, well, I can't say enough about them because we know we have plenty of potholes in our city. And I'm very, very proud of the work that they do each and every day to repair those potholes at record rates and with a long-term solution. We've been able to get from the state of California through an award $293.7 million to replace infrastructure, build parking structures, and add green space in our downtown area of part of our rebirth of Chinatown and downtown. We've made significant investments in our youth by sending over 2,400 of them from underserved neighborhoods to Camp Fresno to get them out of the neighborhoods that they seldom get to leave, as well as hiring over 400 young adults through our Youth Jobs Corps program. These pillars will continue to be the priority of my administration over the next 4 years, as well as increasing our efforts to stimulate Fresno's economy, investing in our airport, and improving our local streets. In closing, I want to say this. I am so thankful to be able to serve with this council and for the friendships I've been able to make with them along the way, each and every one of them. And I'm confident that together we will continue to be able to move this city forward over the next 4 years. Thank you, and God bless you.
Thank you, Mayor. Up next, we have Council Vice President Mike Carbasi from District 2. His oath will be administered by Interim Police Chief Mindy Casto.
Solemnly swear or affirm you will support and defend the Constitution of the United States and of the state of California against all enemies, foreign and domestic, that you will bear true faith and allegiance to the Constitution of the United States and the constitutions of the state of California, that you take this obligation freely without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion, and that you will well and faithfully discharge the duties upon which you are about to enter.
So help me God, I do.
Amen. Thank you.
Okay. What a great morning. It's really hard to top off yesterday. This city renamed a regional training center after our great mayor, Jerry Dyer. It just goes to show the value that we have for law enforcement and public safety in this community. So congratulations, Mayor, again, for that amazing accomplishment. I know you didn't want it, but we insisted. It had to be done. I want to thank Mindy Casto for swearing me in today and administering that oath. You know what the worst word in the English language is? It's the word interim. The mayor and city manager were so wise when we were in a time of need to put you at the helm of our police department. And I truly mean when I tell you, you are not only a great representation of the department, but also of your profession. And I don't know what your plans are, but for whatever time we're lucky to have you, this city is in very safe hands, and you've been doing a fantastic job. Thank you very much, Chief, for your service. I'd love to be able to give you a rousing Lincoln-esque speech. That's not going to happen today, but I will try to do the best I can to just give you straight talk and just tell you how it is. So buckle up. No, I'm only kidding. President Truman had a very famous quote that if you want a friend in Washington, does anyone know the rest of it? Get a dog. That's right, from the Fresno Animal Center. That's right. So adoption fees are waived. Yes, get a dog. Well, I'm very lucky, unlike President Truman, because I had Local 202 at my side. And let me tell you about these two gentlemen right next to me. Dean Sanders and Brandon Griffith represent our Local 202 union representing our firefighters. These are the men and women in red who defend us every day. They're right now, we have, I believe, over a dozen of them in Southern California defending and protecting a lot of folks and businesses that are suffering. Definite kudos to them for that. Billy, thank you so much for the department's service. But I will tell you, before the filing period even opened for District 2, they weren't just fighting fires. The brave men and women of 202 were fighting for me, and I will never forget that. They say that nowadays, with the new generation of politicians, the old school qualities like loyalty are dead. I think loyalty is the most valuable currency in this game, and if you want a friend in Fresno, call a firefighter. Thank you. So, I'm a person that loves quotes. I have a Reagan quote for you. This is a short one. I think you guys know this one. Reagan asks a rhetorical question, how do you know a politician's lying? Lips are moving, that's right. If any politician ever tells you, I did this or I did that, not only are they lying to you, they're lying to themselves. Northwest Fresno and the city at large, in the last 5.5 years, we've scored a lot of wins that I am proud of. I didn't do that. There were people that made it possible for me to accomplish that. I have to first recognize my staff. Alyssa Stevens, my chief of staff. Andrew Cluse, Ryan Howarth, my council assistants, the interns that have worked for us. I am extremely proud of the work we've done. Growing up in a small business, customer service is very important for me. In this city, we are a service business and we serve the people, and that takes dedicated staff. I also need to recognize the departments, the department heads. City Manager Georgianne White, thank you for being an amazing partner. You're the person I go to when I'm like, I'm hit a brick wall, what do I do? Luis, Georgianne, I need help. Mayor Dyer, thank you so much. We've had a lot of amazing conversations. We've gotten to grow and know each other even more. I was blessed to have you as my police chief for about a year as a council member and 4 years as mayor. It's been an honor. City Attorney's Office and Code Enforcement, Andrew Jans, thank you so much for being a good friend and trusted confidant, and for all your hard work with this city. All the department directors, my goodness, the operating engineers working in our award-winning waste management service, our planning department, our planners, my goodness, Public Works and the wins we've had. And I know I am going to forget so many people, so forgive me if I do that, but you know who you are. You've made a difference for Northwest Fresno. My staff and I are very grateful to you for that. And I don't want to spend a bunch of time because there's chicken and waffles cooking and I'm hungry. I will say this also, that I'd be remiss if I didn't thank the people that had to sacrifice the most for me to be able to do this work, and that's my family. I have my father, Mike Sr. By the way, when you were voting back in 2019, you thought you were voting for that Mike. You got this one. But my dad is right there, my mom, Lala, and my fiance, Paulette, sitting next to Chief Casto. These are the folks that have to put up with the calls that go to voicemail, unfortunately, the family events that are missed, the times I have to come home late, and I know it's been difficult, but I hope you see this room and the way it's filled and all the things we're talking about, that this makes it worth it. It is sacrifice, but when my family came to this country over 40 years ago and made their home here fleeing a revolution, only in America within one lifetime can you start a business and be able to survive and be able to pay into the system and not take and be able to raise kids. And my service to this community really, in my bones, is a way of paying back and showing my gratitude. Because behind me, we have the words, thanks to Supervisor Bredefeld, in God we trust. And that's wonderful, but at one point I was thinking maybe we should have the 7 deadly sins up there as a reminder of what not to do as politicians. But even if we did that, we'd be missing the most important one sin that didn't make it on the list, and that's ingratitude. Gratitude is so essential to being a decent human being, because individuals, men don't build great communities, communities and people do. And to the people of Northwest Fresno, I see many of you here today. I see you, Linda, back there. And John, I see you over there, our dear neighbors. And I see so many folks, and forgive me if I don't mention you, but you've all entrusted me 3 times. This is my 3rd time taking this oath. And just like that very first day, I've got those goosebumps and that feeling right here inside. And I have a lot of dear family friends in the audience. They're looking at their phones right now, but I can see you. And I want you to know how much I love you all. And I will say this as well. I say a lot of things, but I'll add, when I'm just about to be a jackass, you're the ones that hold me accountable and talk me off the ledge. So thank you for doing that. I love this job. It's my dream job. I'm grateful for any time we have, like Supervisor Chavez said, we are just passing through. It's not over yet. In the next 4 years, there's a lot to do, and later on, I'll be unveiling some of my initiatives for this year, working with my amazing colleagues. Thank you to the council. Thank you to our law enforcement. We have several law enforcement here today. We have FPOA here. We have our law enforcement in the back keeping us safe, and I'd be remiss if I didn't end saying thank you, God bless you, stay safe. I'm truly honored. Thank you all. Thank you. And thank you, John.
Congratulations, Council Vice President. Up next, we have Council Member Tyler Maxwell, District 4. His oath will be administered by Fernanda Santiago.
I, Tyler Maxwell, do solemnly swear
I, Tyler Maxwell, do solemnly swear
that I will support and defend
that I will support and defend
the Constitution of the United States
the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of California
and the Constitution of the State of California
against all enemies, foreign and domestic,
against all enemies, foreign and domestic,
and that I will bear true faith and allegiance
and that I will bear true faith and allegiance
to the Constitution of the United States
to the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of California,
and the Constitution of the State of California,
that I take this obligation freely
that I take this obligation freely
without any mental reservation
without any mental reservation
or purpose of evasion,
or purpose of evasion,
and that I will well and faithfully
and that I will well and faithfully
discharge the duties upon which I am about to enter.
discharge the duties upon which I am about to enter. Good morning, everybody. Let me just start by thanking this lovely lady right here. I could tell you there's many, many days in this job where you feel like the whole world is against you, where you don't have a single ally. All you need is a single person at home that's got your back to help you get through those days. And from day one of the campaign trail, it's been my fiance, Fernanda. So thank you for everything. Thank you for always having my back. Looking forward to marrying you in a couple of weeks. And I want to thank my 80,000 bosses, the 80,000 people that live across East and Central Fresno, for putting their faith in me yet again to represent them on the city council. I was honored and privileged to run unopposed this last cycle, and I know that hasn't happened very frequently in the city, and I promise I will not take that fact for granted, and I will continue to work just as hard in my first term and my second term. So thank you for everybody for putting your trust and faith in me to lead you for a second term. I talk to a lot of folks who think about running for office, different levels, and they ask for advice. And when they do, I tell them one thing, and that's that you have to have a why. You have to have a reason for wanting to run for office. It's got to be a good reason. You could have multiple reasons. Those reasons can change, but you got to have a reason to be in this seat. And reflecting on the last 4 years of office, my first term, I was thinking about what my why was, and I think it was my dad, or at least people like my dad. I promise if you guys had met my dad, you'd walk away thinking that he was the funniest guy you'd ever met. He had the same haircut he's had since the 1960s. He was a talented artist. He worked for Duncan Ceramics for a while before opening up his own art studio in our garage where he specialized in ceramics and painting. And those early years of my childhood are some of the best memories that I have. And my dad was painting something one day and fell off a ladder and severely injured his back and became addicted to opioids after that. And it really tore our family apart. My siblings and I were raised apart from each other. I slept on floors and couches for much of my childhood. I lived with extended family and relatives until high school. And throughout that time, I watched my dad continue to struggle with his issues. And it really hurt and pained me to watch that and feel like I couldn't do anything about it. And obviously, fast forward several years later, I run for city council, wanting to serve people like my dad. And a couple of weeks before I got sworn in 4 years ago, my dad passed away, COVID-19. And that really destroyed me, but it also gave me my why. My dad was a good person who had fallen on hard times, and I think we all know somebody like that, a good person that's maybe made one or two bad decisions. I think we all know a friend or a family member that's dealt with poverty, somebody that's dealt with substance abuse issues, somebody that hasn't had a place to sleep at night. We all know somebody like that. That doesn't make them a bad person. And it really gave me my drive for my first term in office. I believe that government has a responsibility to help good people during hard times. I think that's our responsibility. I think we have a responsibility to meet people halfway with the solution for those that want it. And that's why this last 4 years I've championed things like eviction protection program to keep keep more people off of our streets, wage theft protection, zero fare bus rides for people struggling to make ends meet. Those are things that drove me my first 4 years. But while my first term in office was backwards looking, my second term is going to be looking forward because my why has changed. Somehow, some way, over the last 4 years, I convinced the most beautiful woman I've ever met to marry me. And hopefully in the not so distant future, we'll be introducing a 5th generation of Maxwells into District 4. And I want to ensure that every child of Fresno, all of our children growing up like I did as a kid, have opportunities that we never even dreamed of. I want to make sure that they have a sense of love, appreciation, and pride in the city like I did growing up, a sense of love that brought me back to Fresno after graduating from college. As you heard the mayor say earlier, we accomplished a lot of great things these last 4 years. We've tackled homelessness, we've invested into affordable housing, we've brought down violent crime, all things that government ought to be doing. But one thing I've learned these last 4 years is that you can't just make investments on the back ends of issues. We've spent hundreds and hundreds of millions of dollars on these issues, but it's clear we're never going to solve them completely by just investing in the back end. We have to invest on the front end too. That's our children. If we're not investing in children with these same struggles and young people with these struggles, I can guarantee you these cycles of poverty and abuse and homelessness and crime are only going to continue for generation after generation. And so that is where my focus is going to be these next 4 years. I believe our past may shape us, but when we have a future full of hope and opportunity, it doesn't have to define us. Thank you guys for letting me serve you for another 4 years. I appreciate it. God bless you all.
Congratulations, Councilmember. Last but certainly not least, we have our newest council member that's going to be joining us up here on the dais, and that is Councilmember Nick Richardson, District 6. His oath of office will be administered by Thomas L. Richardson.
You raise your right hand, please. You solemnly swear to affirm and to support and defend the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the State of California against all enemies, foreign and domestic, that you will bear true faith and allegiance to the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the State of California, that you take this obligation freely without mental reservation or purpose of evasion, and that you will faithfully discharge the duties upon which you are about to enter.
I do.
You probably would like to have this. Sure.
Reason, colon, and Sinane Chuzo. There we go. All right. I'm going to keep this very brief. I was under the impression, apparently falsely, that we had 2 minutes each. So I prepared exactly that much. Before I start, I'd like to point something out this morning. I'm looking around this room, and I see so many faces of friends and family. So just to prove a point here, and just to look around, look around this room if you would do me a favor. If you're a friend or family or colleague of mine who's come out today for some reason to support me, if you'd raise your hand, I just want to show you the amount of appreciation. Put them down before I cry. Thank you. That was good. The amount of appreciation I have. We didn't end up here today because we were told that we could. We ended up here today because we were galvanized by every time that we were told that we couldn't. We were told this was an impossible task for an individual or group with no political experience at all. And every time we were told that this was an impossible dream, that we couldn't perform this task, we steeled our eyes, we put a smile on our face, and we said, Roger that. Now, I've been given a new title, a handful of new colleagues, and 80,000 new bosses. I've been given the opportunity to cast aside aspersions, prejudices, and predilections to do the people's work, your work. Because I don't work for the people behind me. I'm here to work for the people in front of me. To my family, my friends, my mentors, the brigade, Kelsey, and the Supreme Commandant upstairs, and all of District 6 who hoped, prayed, or voted, I want to thank you truly for the inspiring level of love and support throughout this entire process. I would not be here without you. To my new colleagues, I ask for your patience as you get to know me and as I locate all the bathrooms in City Hall. But I give you my word that I will be honest, direct, stubborn, and I will hold you to the high standard that your constituents do. I ask that you honor my neighbors and my family in District 6 by holding me to that same standard. To the kids out there watching, wanting to take part in the civic process and change your world, do it. If I can do it, you can do it. There's not a gatekeeper, a power broker, or a special interest in this city that can stop you if you lead with love, if you pour your heart into it, and you focus on service. And I hope that one of you eventually takes my place. To those who voted for me, I owe you follow through on the 3 promises that I made during the campaign: to always show up to the conversation, to always tell you the truth, and to outwork those around me. To those who didn't vote for me, I will be working for the next 4 years to earn your support, and I will serve you well regardless. And to the angry lady who flipped off me and my grandpa when we were holding campaign signs on Cedar, I wish you a happier 2025. Now, as I take this new position, please remember, just like I will, that this seat is not mine. This seat is yours. I have been allowed and I have been tasked to fill it. I understand that task. I accept this mission. So God bless America, Semper Fidelis, and Semper Fresno.
Congratulations, council member, and I am going to ask you to please join us up here on the dais. I am officially going to kick out my former colleagues.
You don't have no eviction protection program, boys.
Welcome, council member. All right, so I have had the distinct pleasure of serving as the council president for the 2024 year. But at this time, we are going to take our next agenda item, which is the election of council president and vice president for 2025. I would like to make a motion to elect Council Vice President Kerbasi to serve as the next council president,
Second.
and to nominate Councilmember Arias to serve as the council vice president.
Second that.
Okay, I'm going to give it to Councilmember Esparza. Any objection? Hearing none, item passes 6-0. Congratulations. We're going to switch seats real quick.
Are we doing it now? Yeah, let's do it now. Okay. Pardon us for a moment, folks. This is what political musical chairs looks like. Okay, before we break for what we've all been anticipating for, the food, we are going to conduct the election for chair and vice chair to the successor agency to the redevelopment agency of the city of Fresno. The sponsor is the city clerk's office. I will take the liberty of making a motion for Council Vice President Arias to be the chair and Councilmember Esparza as vice chair, if I can get a second on that. Second by Councilmember Maxwell. Any opposition? There being none, the motion passes 6-0. Congratulations. And one more announcement before we go. There are a lot of folks we need to thank, our event vendors who made today possible. I want to give a special shout out to A Thumbs Up Catering, MK Designs, Casey May Photography, El Caporal Western Wear, those hats, Mark Cotta for that amazing video, and the biggest thank you to Peyton Palomino of Tying Knots Wedding Planning, who put together this entire ceremony. I also want to thank Alyssa Stevens, my chief of staff, and my staff for doing a great job. So let's go and have some fun, and thank you for being here to celebrate this moment. We will resume at 1 o'clock. to T-Mobile. We're going to get started with the remainder of the council meeting. Thank you all for your patience. We are going to start with a ceremonial presentation for Districts 1 and 7, Council Members Perea and Esparza. But before we do that, I just want to state we did end a little bit quickly earlier. I jumped the gun, and I want to clarify something. For the last year, we have had an amazing council member in Annalisa Perea, who has been our president and has really kept the peace in the wake of Councilmember Maxwell the year before. And I feel that my mission is to continue doing just that. I learned a lot from you, Council President. It has been an honor to work with you and learn from you, and I'm going to rely on you a lot this year. So it's not over. But truly, thank you for your service. You've done a fantastic job.
Thank you, Council President, and I'm here whenever you need me.
You got it. So I have to boot these guys down so you can sit next to me. Okay, so we'll start with the ceremonial presentation for Manchester Gate.
All right, good afternoon, everyone. Today has been a long day of celebrations, and we're not going to stop quite yet because we have come together to celebrate a legacy of excellence, determination, hard work, and these are just a few words to describe the Manchester Gates cross-country program. So I have Miss King, or Coach King, up here with me, and I'm going to wait a couple minutes to get the entire team down here. Now, selfishly, this is not my district. I don't know where Councilmember Esparza is. Bathroom? Okay. But my little kiddo's right here, and so I just want to make sure that, I do what I can to represent a team that has worked tirelessly this year so far. And the end result has been nothing short of amazing. And so the achievements we honor here today are a testament of your hard work, every single one of you. I know the blood, sweat, and sometimes tears that go into a cross-country program. So thank you, students. You are an inspiration to all of us in regards to what happens when you put in hard work, dedication, and passion into what you do. And a special thank you to the coaches. You guys are teaching the next generation of young ones how to be good humans. You guys are teaching them resiliency, dedication, commitment. And these are all traits that they're going to carry with them for the rest of their lives. And to the parents, we all know what it takes to help make these little ones successful. And so thank you for your determination. Thank you for all the time that you spend making sure that each and every one of your children succeed. None of this could have been possible without the parents. So kids, I'm going to have you give your parents a hand of applause. Go ahead and give them a little shout out. Before we read the proclamation into the record, I'm going to give the mic to Coach King just to tell us a little bit more about the program and maybe go into a little bit more details on just what exactly we're celebrating here today.
Thank you for having us. I'd actually like to turn it over to Reed Gromas. He is a parent and he's also an employee of Fresno Unified.
All right. Well, thank you, Ms. King. The last time you invited me to do something, I had to wear the Gator mascot suit, so this is a lot different, but I will still put on my Gator gear. Sorry, I didn't come up with it, but I gotta sport that. But Council President, Council members, thank you for this opportunity. We appreciate you helping us honor these kids and to launch the year of 2025 on a winning note. I'm a teacher at Roosevelt High School, but I'm here showing up as a proud parent of a 6th grade runner and scholar and I love her. I told her I wouldn't tell her that, but I love her. I got to say that. So I'm excited to talk about the success of this program at Manchester Elementary School, the cross-country program and the athletics. And really, to me, it's about showing up. That's what a successful running program is about. You're showing up day in and day out. Kids are there regardless of the weather, rain, sleet, heat. I mean, how many puddles did you run through on that final race? Like, I mean, it was amazing. Showing up, balancing that heavy coursework, all the high expectations of your teachers, deadlines, other extracurriculars that you guys are digging into. Showing up to run those gut busters, Miss King, pushing you to do, no matter how the burden is feeling. I also want to thank the teachers for showing up. Yeah, it's amazing. Year after year, you guys are like the definition of sustainability, bringing high expectations, advice, your love for our kids. We appreciate that so much from you guys. And, giving up so much of your time, paid, unpaid, after school, holiday weekends, Thanksgiving break, going out of your way to give these kids chances to see our world in different ways and to be their best. And to you parents that are here and that are not here, showing up all hours of the day, pickups, drop-offs, homework support, juggling crazy schedules, all the things you guys are doing. This is amazing. You're making it happen. This program is nothing without the support of you parents. Also broadly to the employees of the city of Fresno and Fresno Unified, you guys are showing up all the time, developing safe routes to school, getting our kids there, safely, protected bike lanes, expanding access to green space, blue spaces in partnerships together. And this I'm so grateful for. And lastly, city council members for showing up in support of these important votes for expanding athletics, parks, after-school programs, things that give our kids, a real boost at wanting to be at school each and every day. I'm so excited about the endorsement of the Vision Zero project to give us some more peace of mind around the safety of navigating our city streets that are very car-oriented, and the work to reduce costs for transportation, especially on the fax buses, so our kids get to explore the diversity and the uniqueness of our amazing city. So thank you all for being here and showing up and continuing to do these amazing things so that our kids' futures are bright and shining. And I thank you again for our continued support. So go Gators!
Up next, we have Councilmember Nelson Esparza.
Yes, thank you. Well, not Council President. Thank you, Councilmember Perea. I'll keep it very brief. During the proclamations, I'd like to give the platform to our guests and to the folks who we're honoring. But just wanted to say congratulations to all these young people. It's always really a joy when we have students and children come into the chamber. Really breathes new life into it. Reminds us of what we're doing here in the first place, and we're here to make the city a better place. So just want to say to all of you here the cross-country team that your city is very proud of you. You make us proud, and you're part of the fabric that makes us a great city. So congratulations and thank you.
All right, so this is the fun part of the day. Now you guys get a whole day to yourself, so it's my honor to declare it today Manchester Gate Elementary and the Fresno Unified Cross Country Program Day in the entire city of Fresno. Congratulations, everyone. Go Gators. City Clerk, will you please read the proclamation?
Gladly. Whereas Manchester Gate Elementary has demonstrated an unparalleled tradition of excellence in cross-country, winning the district cross-country championship 28 of the past 30 seasons through an unwavering dedication of its student athletes, coaches, families, and school staff. And whereas throughout this remarkable season, Manchester Gate hosted 4 practice meetings to prepare its athletes for the regional and district competitions, providing critical opportunities for skill development, teamwork, and perseverance. And whereas Manchester Gate faced strong competition from Fresno Unified Schools and their talented coaches, yet succeeded in advancing 7 of 8 grade-level teams from the Hoover Regional Qualifier to the district finals at Woodward Park. And whereas at the district finals, Manchester Gate's runners achieved outstanding success, winning 4 of 8 grade-level competitions, 5th and 6th grade boys and girls, and earning the prestigious sweepstakes trophy against more than 50 elementary schools and approximately 2,000 3rd through 6th grade athletes. And whereas this program's success is a testament to the collaborative efforts of the Fresno City Council, Fresno Unified Elementary sports organizers, school administrators, race directors, teachers, and volunteers who made the meets possible. And whereas the coaches of Manchester Gate have prioritized teaching their athletes not only the art of running, but also critical life skills, such as patience, resilience, dedication, organization, communication, and teamwork, creating well-rounded individuals who excel both on and off the field. Whereas this year's success would not have been possible without the leadership and commitment of the following coaches and faculty: Lauren Keene, Doug Stevens, Russ Painter, Jesus Sepulveda, Randall Wallace, Lisa Baldus, Ian Go, Dan Gallagher, Amanda Rayburn, Mary Vink, Beth Snyder, Kristen Kersturkey, and Virginia Riding. And whereas the 95 student athletes who participated this season, alongside those who have come before them, embody the spirit of determination and excellence that defines Manchester Gate's cross-country program. Now, therefore, be it resolved that we, Council Member Annalisa Perea, Mayor Jerry P. Dyer, and the Fresno City Council members proudly recognize and commend Manchester Gate Elementary and the Fresno Unified Cross Country Program for its extraordinary achievements, dedication to athletic and personal development, and the positive impact it has had on the community, and extend its gratitude and congratulations to all those who contributed to this season's success, and do hereby proclaim Thursday, January 9th, 2025 to be Manchester Gate Elementary and the Fresno Unified Cross Country Program Day in the city of Fresno.
Great job to Manchester Gate. That's wonderful, Council Members Perea and Esparza. So we're going to move on right now to Council Member reports and comments, and we're going to come back to our Council members when they come back into the dais. We will start off with District 3, Council Vice President.
Thank you, Council President. Officially welcome our new Council Member, Nick Richardson, to the dais. Welcome, and enjoy all the big binders and the work that we got ahead of us. I did want to give kudos to the folks in the city for helping pull off the downtown ice ring. We, of course, had a lot more people in attendance than we anticipated, so appreciate all the work of the mayor's office. Even though he found the ice ring, the rest of the season went well, so thank you for that. Additionally, thanks to Public Works for finally getting the intersection on Clinton and Valentine, the traffic signal up and running in time for the return to school after winter break. And a couple of informational items. We are fully under construction on several parks in the district, so I appreciate the residents' patience as we finish the Broadway Park in the Tower District, the Les Kimber Park in West Fresno, and the Tupman Park improvements in West Fresno as well, all made possible with the passage of Measure P. And a lot of residents have been asking for the reconstruction of Jensen Avenue. That's finally taking place. So we do appreciate them slowing down as our construction workers complete their work. And Council President, I would like to formally request a moment of silence in observation of the passing of one of the best presidents our country has had. James Earl Carter Jr., also known as President Jimmy Carter, the 39th president. His funeral is today, and it is officially a federal government day of mourning for the country, and as a result, several federal agencies are closed for business today. So I would like to ask for a moment of silence in recognition of the passing of our 39th president of the United States. Thank you, Council President.
Next, we have Councilmember Maxwell.
Thank you, Council President. Just a couple of quick updates. I want to say from the bottom of my heart, thank you and congratulations to outgoing President, Councilmember Perea. She kept this council focused, she kept it organized, and she kept it professional, which can be difficult to do. But she did a tremendous job leading this council in the 2024 year. She did something that a lot of people have tried and were not successful at, as passing a tax sharing agreement, which is going to help benefit our city for the next decade to come. I want to say congratulations to incoming President, Councilmember Carbasi. If there's anything my office can do to be of help, please reach out. Looking forward to your leadership. Welcome to my newest colleague, Councilmember Richardson. Looking forward to working with you. And again, if there's any way my office could be of help or service, please feel free to reach out. Looking forward to working with you. Thanks. Thank you, Council President.
Terrific. And, well, should I give Luis's report? No, I'm kidding. District 6, our newest council member, Nick Richardson. Your turn.
Nothing to report at this time. Thank you.
You win the Brevity Award. That's great.
Used to it.
Thank you, council member. We're going to move on to council, city manager and mayor, but we're going to come back when the council members return. So, city mayor, would you like to start?
I want to start off by welcoming Councilmember Richardson to the city of Fresno, to the dais, and for your service to our country, more importantly. And anything I can do or we can do in our office under the administration to help you navigate city government, as well as to allow your constituents to get what they need in the District 6, don't hesitate to call upon us. Earlier this week on Monday, we had a press conference with the police department. And it was a press conference that highlighted some of the crime statistics for this previous calendar year. And I want to start off by saying thank you to this council for making public safety a priority in this city, and for the resources that you've supported for the police department in terms of staffing, equipment, training, all those things that allow us to keep the people of Fresno safe. And I think the most notable over the last 3 years was a 68% reduction in shootings in our city, a 60% reduction in murders, but behind those percentages, that equates to 44 fewer families that had to bury a loved one in 2024 as compared to 2021 or 2020. So those are remarkable accomplishments, and my sincere appreciation to the police department for that. Also, just to let you know, I have a meeting next Monday with the Secretary of Transportation for the state of California, and it is to talk about our ongoing efforts to keep our freeways free of tents and homeless, and we have a plan in place to make that happen. And then lastly, I want to say thank you to this council sincerely for all of you who supported the renaming of the Regional Training Center after me. That is an honor, and to have my family there to be able to witness that, you'll never know how important that was to me, and the gratitude. And I think you saw that yesterday with me shedding quite a few tears over the course of that ceremony. And thank you for the kind words that each of you said. So thank you. God bless you guys.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. City manager.
Thank you, Council President Carbasi. Not a whole lot, just thank you for all the work we did together in 24. Looking forward to a very successful 25. Welcome, Councilmember Richardson. You guys are giving me a bit of complex that nobody wants to sit next to me. It's been told that maybe, you all think that I'm a spy on the council person next to me, but what you don't realize is that I'm blind and deaf. So I would be the worst type of spy. Anyway, I want to thank the city employees for a spectacular 2024. I am shocked at how many of our employees tune into these meetings while they're doing their day-to-day work, because I get comments pretty regularly. I have people stopping me and commenting upon things that they saw at the council meeting. So thank you, employees, for all that you do day in and day out. Looking forward to a successful 2025. Thank you, council.
Thank you, City Manager. And I'm going to give my report briefly, and then when I'm finished, Council Member Perea will as well. Just to clarify, what seat did I want more than any other seat on this dais? It was the seat next to you. The reason why everyone fights for these seats, the cameras are right here. Politicians love cameras. So that's all it was. No, I want to thank Councilmember Richardson. This is very exciting. I remember my first day here. I think we've gotten off to a really great start. I'm looking forward to it. Thank you for, I know you're going to be leaving tonight to do your service, and thank you for serving our country. I mean that. And we have a lot of overlap. Like, we have a district line, but we share the same police district and school districts, and there's so much overlap, and I worked well with Gary Bredefeld, and I look forward to working together with you too. So thank you for that. And that is my report. Thank you everyone who participated today, and to all the staff that joined us as well, and to the public watching. We did have some elected officials here. I saw Mayor Alma Beltran from Parlier. I saw Valerie Davis from the Fresno Unified Board of Trustees. Anyone, Sheriff Zanoni, Nathan Maxig, anyone else we missed? I think that was it. Okay. Okay. And thank you so much. And that is all I have to report. And we're going to move on next to our 9:10 scheduled hearing and matters. And that is our 9:10 hearing. You didn't go? Oh, I'm sorry. We have one more report by Council Member Esparza. I apologize.
No, thank you, Council President. Yeah, sorry, we were out taking photos with the cross-country team over at Manchester Gate, so I was a little tardy for the reports, comments portion. So again, I want to also welcome Councilmember Richardson to the dais. We'll be seatmates here for duration of the year, at least, I think. So again, welcome, and great to have you on board. You know, as this was alluded to earlier from the council president as well as the mayor, but as many of us have seen on the news, the tragic wildfires in LA have devastated communities, and I just want to express my deepest gratitude and thanks to all our first responders and, of course, our very own Fresno Fire Department who rushed to help with those fires. Your dedication to protecting lives is inspiring, and we thank you for your heroic service and look forward to your safe return. You know, just in terms of things that have been going on in the district and throughout the city, last month was a very, very busy month. It's been a while since we had a council meeting. There was a lot of activity, including a couple of great toy giveaways. We had the privilege of sponsoring and helping to facilitate, including a toy giveaway at the Manchester Center that we partnered with Central California Binacional on, as well as a toy giveaway at Burroughs Elementary School that we had the privilege of participating and sponsoring. Additionally, we've all celebrated the New Year, Happy New Year, but also prior to that had the privilege of celebrating the Hmong New Year on several different occasions of different events, but the primary one being over at the fairgrounds. I was delighted to join in over the fairgrounds. It's very much a cherished tradition that brings us together to honor the Hmong community's traditions. It really reflects the diversity of our community. And finally, it's always a privilege to join in the swearing-in ceremonies for the newest members of the Fresno Police Department. And we had one recently, just this past December, a few weeks back. And always great to see new folks sworn in and see folks promoted as our city employees grow and excel. So I'll cut my remarks short. I know you wanted to move on with the meeting, Council President, but thank you for the opportunity.
And I apologize for that oversight. Okay. Thank you, Councilmember Esparza. Great job. And we're going to move on now to scheduled hearings and matters. The first we have is we will move on to the 9:10 a.m. hearing to adopt resolutions and ordinance to annex territory and levy special tax regarding CFD number 11, Annex 152, and the hearing will be held as follows. We'll start with a staff presentation. I'll move on to questions by the council, public comment, close the hearing, and then we'll have council discussion and action. That's the last time I'll explain how it works. It's just my first time here, so that's how it works for the next year.
Yes, sir.
So staff presentation.
Thank you, Council President. Excuse me. My name is Adrian Gonzalez, Supervising Engineering Technician with the Public Works Department. I will keep it brief as well. This is the required public hearing to annex Track 6360 into CFD number 11. This development is going to install some improvements along McKinley and Armstrong. These improvements include a trail, landscaping, concrete facilities, and street and trail lights. The cost of services to maintain these facilities totals $122.25 per lot. That includes the yearly 2% escalator. We have received the ballot in favor of the annexation. I do not believe the owner is present, and staff is available for any questions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. Hearing is still open. Any questions by the council for staff? Councilmember Esparza, we'll start with you. Okay.
None.
Any other council members have any questions? Okay, we're going to move on to public comment. So at this time, if we have anyone in the audience that wishing to comment on the 9:10 a.m. hearing, please do line up. Maureen does. Alrighty, Happy New Year.
Hey,
3
Happy New
minutes.
Year. You guys, you ready for another one? Out of all people, right? You better not have started my minutes because he just done took 3 seconds. Come on now. See? All right, so here we are again. I want to start off the new year with letting you guys know that I'm not going to stop talking about the unhoused community, the children, or the 36 students.
Yes, I sincerely apologize. This isn't like unscheduled communication. This is regarding a very specific item.
Oh, man,
We're going to have to come
come
back
on.
to you. I know, I apologize, but we have to come back to you on that.
Now you just gave away my secret.
Well,
It's a setup.
we will look forward to hearing from you soon. Okay. Any further comment on the 9:10 a.m. item? Okay, so at this time, I'm going to close off public comment on this item.
I'll make a motion to approve.
Hearing's closed and the council discussion. So a motion to approve by Councilmember Esparza. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Councilmember Maxwell. Any opposition? There being none, the motion passes 5-0. Moving on to the 9:15 a.m. item. This is a joint meeting to adopting resolution approving the recognized obligation payment schedule 25-26. On this item, there will be 2 votes. I'm going to open it up to the public for any public comment on the 9:15 a.m. joint meeting. It doesn't look like anyone is here. Going once. Going twice. Okay, I'm bringing it back to the council. Council members, any discussion, any motions?
Is this a two-step?
Two-step process. So the first step includes the council. The second step includes the mayor as well.
Got it.
Council
Was there a
President?
Yes, Mayor.
I'd like to make a motion to approve the item, but I do have one question for the city manager.
Yeah. Did you want to do a staff presentation, city manager?
No, I was trying to catch up. I was expecting one, so it's okay. No, I'm good.
Council Vice President, please.
So in general terms, this is a redevelopment agency item that with its approval would generate approximately $1 million towards the city of revenue. Some of it going to the successor agency for operational costs, others going to the city. So my only question to the city manager is the approximate $1 million that this generates to the city, what fund does that go into? Does that go straight into a general fund or is it into a housing fund?
So I don't have that answer, but I'll get it for you.
Okay, that works.
And so I just want to make sure I'm clear. So this is $1.9 million we're talking about?
Marlene, your microphone's off.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember.
Director Murphy, can you just briefly describe to the question of the city manager, how much money are we talking about?
Yes, of the $1,906,000 that we're requesting on this ROPS, approximately 1.3 is a loan repayment for a city agency loan. And those loans the repayment is shared between the agency and the city. The city will receive 80%, so about $1,052,000, and the agency will receive the balance that's under $300,000 for that single loan. By the way, this is the last city agency loan on the ROPS. So at the end of this 25-26 fiscal year, there will be no further city agency loan payments or splits.
And for the record, Director, the portion that goes to $300,000 approximate that go to the agency, what is that money used for?
It is put by law, it's put in the low and moderate income housing trust fund, and it must be used exclusively for low and moderate income housing.
Okay, thank you. Those are my questions.
Next, we have Councilmember Esparza.
Director, to your point, this is about this being one of the last. At what point would the successor agency come to a conclusion? Then are we nearing the end?
It's the last one for the city agency loan.
City side, okay.
Right, but we have other third-party debts, and we have land disposition to still attend to. The agency had about 74 parcels, 104 acres. We have disposed of all of those parcels, save 9. So we'll be proceeding in this next year with the disposition of that property pursuant to surplus land law.
Okay, slowly but surely. All right, thank you.
So for the council, is there a motion on the table for council members for our portion of this? Oh, Council Vice President made a motion to approve. Is there a second? Second by Councilmember Richardson. Any opposition? There being none, it passes 5-0, and we're going to move on to the successor agency. Any discussion? I'm sorry, FRC. I'm sorry. Any further discussion? Is there a motion?
So moved.
Mayor made the motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Council Vice President. Any opposition? There being none, the motion passes with 6 votes in the affirmative. Okay, we're going to move on next to a resolution to suspend the Labor Management Act for 10 days. And this item is subject to veto. It is sponsored by the Personnel Department. Sumit?
Council President, I'd like to make a motion to approve.
We're going to we'll come back to that. Is that okay, Vice President? Sumit, please go ahead with your presentation.
So this is a procedural action that we need to accomplish in order to efficiently ratify an MOU as efficiently as possible.
Okay. Any further? Okay, okay. Council members, any discussion? So we're going to go out to public comment. Anyone in the public wishing to comment on the 1 p.m. resolution suspending the Labor Management Act for 10 days, subject to veto? I thought Lee Brand was going to be here. There is no one here in the chamber to offer comments. Sorry, Lee, that joke was for you. Council members, we do have a motion from Council Vice President. Is there a second? Second from Council Member Maxwell. We're going to actually use the buttons on this one. We're going to go back to that and see how that looks. Just for fun. Okay, so let's go ahead and register our votes. It's for the new guy. We haven't used this in years. There we go. PLA was the last time. That was the veto override. Okay, passes 5-0. Great, motion passes. Next, we're going to move into closed session. City Attorney, would you please disclose what that item is?
At this moment, we will be going into closed session on one item and one item only. That is 5A, Conference with Labor Negotiators, all units.
we are going to adjust the order just slightly in regards to the item we just discussed in closed session. Is there a report, City Attorney?
Nothing to report out.
Okay. We're going to move to item 3, General Administration. 3A, actions pertaining to the City of Fresno's Professional Employees Association, Inc., CFPEA, for Unit 13. I'm going to open this up to public comment. If anyone from the public wishes to comment on this item, please do come up here, and you can submit your 3 minutes of testimony. Going once. Again, on item 3A, going twice. Okay, we're going to move it forward. City Manager, is there any presentation from staff on this, or?
If you would like a staff presentation, Samit is here to do a quick.
I'm not
staff
asking for one. Do any council members want a staff presentation?
Motion to approve.
Motion by Councilmember Esparza, seconded by Councilmember Maxwell. Any opposition?
Council President, I'd just like to say for the record that although we suspended the Labor Management Act on the timing issue, the staff have provided us all the financial disclosures and the full cost of the labor agreement as proposed and tentatively approved.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. That was very helpful. Okay, there being no opposition, the item passes 5-0. Thank you. We're going to go back now that we finished general admin, and we're going to go to our, let's see, 9:10, 9:15. We've had folks that have been waiting. We have a 1:30 p.m. appearance by Cameron A. Rodriguez regarding gun violence in schools. If Cameron Rodriguez is here, oh. All righty, you will have 3 minutes.
Good afternoon, Council. Thank you for having me here. I'm addressing a letter to you guys. To fellow council members of the Fresno area, a school shooting occurred in Wisconsin at Abundant Life Christian School. It took the lives of many who were merely just kids attending a normal day of school a week before Christmas break. This tragedy is not the first and is a constant reminder that schools are becoming increasingly a target for individuals seeking to take out their anger. I ask of all of the Fresno Council to understand the true severity of this shooting. The lives of many have been taken from parents who mourn their children every day due to the simple fact that a bullet ran through their bodies. Clovis Unified is no stranger to this scary situation, as during February 2023, a school shooting threat echoed across the halls of Clovis West as students took cover and cried, hoping that they would get to see their parents and family members. No child should ever have to go through an experience like this, as it not only causes irreversible trauma, but it leaves a scar that no one will ever heal from. This violence is ever growing, and I call upon the Council of Fresno to evaluate what is worth more: the life of a child or the constant battle of polarizing an issue that leaves hundreds dead every year. We are the future, as many of us are told, and yet many of the kids who are told that are being massacred in onslaughts due to gun violence. The future cannot become a reality if the kids who have experienced these horrors are being shunned by adults who refuse to listen to them and discredit the ugly that no child or adult should ever see. Life is very fragile, and children as well as students are being killed every year in growing numbers, leaving bedrooms empty. These bedrooms will never be filled with laughter, smiles, love, and the ones that used to hold them at night, giving them a warm bed to sleep on. Now they lay hollow with blankets where they still were the day they came back, the day they never came back, leaving a constant reminder to these parents that something preventable, such as gun violence, still exists in the United States. I want to reiterate the point of a city such as Fresno to acknowledge the fact that gun violence plagues the United States, leaving hundreds of families without their loved ones, and that we as a city should be the reason why Fresno should take a stand with me and the millions of children fighting to end the constant gun violence in our schools all across America. Furthermore, I ask of the Fresno City Council to sign this letter and be made public to show that the heart of California stands with the kids affected by gun violence and to push for positive change. With best regards and love for the life of children, Cameron A. Rodriguez.
All right. Thank you very much. Next, we will have appearance by Susan, and if I pronounce the name wrong, please do forgive me. Susan Monet regarding animal shelter reopens stray intake. Susan, are you here? Last call for Susan. Okay, we're going to move on to the 136 item, appearance by Matilda Garcia regarding emergency rental assistance application. Is Matilda, oh, hi there, how are you?
Okay, oh, thank you. Good, okay. Good afternoon, members of the council, and thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak today. My name is Matilda Garcia, and I'm here to share my personal story, not as a statistic or faceless issue, but as a human being who is struggling, and I'm currently homeless, and the challenges I face every day are compounded with serious health issues. I live with gout, rheumatoid arthritis, and breathing problems, and each of these conditions and makes daily life incredibly difficult. Without stable housing and managing these health challenges is nearly impossible. I have no place to rest or recover, no safe place to store medications, and no consistent access to the care I need. The physical pain from my condition is hard enough, but the stress and instability of homelessness makes it even worse. This has created a vicious cycle for me. My health issues make it hard to find or keep steady work, and without an income, disregard that. Finding stable feels out of reach, and without housing, my health continues to deteriorate every day, and I'm forced to make impossible choices between food, transportation, and even seeking medical care. But I'm not here just to talk about my struggles. I'm here to ask for your help. Our city has the resources and the potential to address these issues, and I believe it's time we act decisively. Housing is not just a privilege, it's a human right. For people like me, it's also a lifeline. I urge you to prioritize initiatives that provide affordable housing, expand access to emergency health shelters, and offer supportive services tailored for individuals with health challenges. Programs that integrate housing with medical care can make a world of difference, especially for people like me who are trying to manage chronic conditions. I also ask you to make these programs accessible, free from the necessary red tape that prevents people in need from getting the help they deserve. I'm not asking for a handout, I'm asking for a hand up. With stable housing and access to health care, I could focus on rebuilding my life instead of just surviving day to day. That's me, sorry. 1 minute?
You have 1 more minute left.
Okay. And I'm not alone. There are so many others in our city who are in the same position, who just need a chance to get back on their feet. Please, let's work together to make our city a place where everyone, regardless of their circumstances, has the opportunity to thrive. Thank you for listening, and thank you for considering how you can make a difference for people like me.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
We're going to move on to 2, consent calendar. Do any council members wish to register a no vote, abstention, or recusal on any consent items? And pulled items will be heard immediately after consent. Any council members? Okay, now we're going to take public comment now on all consent items, contested consent items included, as well as closed session items. Would any member of the public like to speak on the items on the consent calendar or on a contested consent item? If so, each speaker has 3 minutes. And please identify the item when you come up that you are going to be speaking of at the beginning of your comments. Is there anybody here wishing to speak on the consent calendar, contested consent, or closed session items? This is your opportunity. Hello there. Please come up to the mic. You'll have 3 minutes. Please state your name and address.
I am Majala Resendez, and I am a student that is in college, and I'm trying to participate in any type of programming that is able to focus towards mental health and the youth, as in bringing programs that are sufficient and able to guide the youth in a productive manner.
I apologize. Is there a specific item on the consent calendar?
Yeah, it's the one that has to do, oh, God, I just lost it.
No problem. If it's one of the items, please continue. Thank you.
Yeah, well, I just think that it's really important to kind of focus direction towards the youth and the adults that are trying to redirect life in a positive way. I have like coping mechanisms and things that I feel that is important to kind of display towards the community and to the people that are able to pursue their education. I just wanted to try to see if I could participate, as in showing you the ideas I've came up with. Some of them are to try to help with mental health issues. I do want to try to focus on reducing the crime rate. I'm not saying like individually aged, but crime is processed through everybody. I mean, but it's just to kind of ground it. It starts from like the youth, and it exceeds a lot of mental health issues that are occurring, or some are based towards addiction. So I want to try to see if we could come up with involving arts and coping mechanisms to kind of reduce the crime rate, and also to be able to be accurate in pursuing your education. So,
You have 1 more minute.
it's just basic. I'm still gathering all the resources. I have to submit them with the school and those that are going to be able to assist me in making this plan come accurate for the community. Yeah. So if you could bear with me, I could provide one at the next meeting for the future. Thank you.
Thank you for coming and speaking to us and sharing your thoughts. Thank you so much. Any other members of the public wishing to comment at this time on items on the consent calendar, contested consent, or closed session? Okay, there being none, we're going to move on. Is there a motion to approve the balance of the consent calendar?
So move.
Moved by the Vice President. Seconded by Councilmember Esparza. Any opposition? There being none, the consent calendar passes at 5-0. We're going to move on to contested consent. We're going to do this in alphabetical order. We'll start with item 2B as in Bredefeld. And I believe Councilmember Maxwell is the one that pulled that item.
Thank you, Councilmember Carbasi. Can I ask our Parks Director to come up at this time? Good afternoon, Director Aguirre.
Good afternoon, Councilmember Maxwell.
We spoke a little bit on a surface level about what some of my concerns were, and I didn't think to let you know I'd be speaking to certain things, so hopefully we could get some answers here. I did want to speak a little bit in terms of the swim lessons. Do we know how many children, either unique children or total number of children, go through the swim lessons on an annual basis?
So we average just over 3,000 swim lessons a year. Last year we did have a decrease, I think, due to the heat, but we average right around 3,000 kids that come through our swim lesson program per year.
A total number of kids, not necessarily unique?
Most of those are unique. I think we had about 97 that were not unique. So out of that, about, what is that?
Very few.
Majority of them, correct.
The point I'm trying to make, how many of these kids are going back for second lessons, third lessons, et cetera, multiple lessons?
I think as far as youth...
Because that's the price that's going up, is for the ones that are taking multiple lessons now.
Right, so just for clarification, your first lesson is free. It would be the subsequent lesson, and again, the lesson is typically about a 5-hour session of swim lessons.
Is that normal that children will go for a subsequent session, or do they just do the one typically and they're done after that?
Typically, it's one. For instance, children that come in at 3 or 4 years of old, it's really an introduction into kind of water safety. At that point, the next step would be more of the advanced kind of swimming techniques, whatever, I'm not a lifeguard, but whatever that may be. So as they progress, the classes do become a little more difficult. So typically, if you were to see somebody wanting a subsequent lesson, it might be more in the advanced, going from, I believe the terminology we use is a minnow to like the dolphin program.
Understood. This is what I did not ask you to prepare for, but perhaps our Shelby might know. Youth sports fee waiver program, do we know how much we have remaining in that program this fiscal year?
I do not know that number off the top of my head, but be happy to get you that number.
Do you feel like a program like advanced swimming lessons could be a program that's eligible for children to
use some of those fees towards so they don't have to pay $100?
Absolutely, and one of the asterisks we have in here would have that be a part of the additional lessons. So we have the youth fee waiver being a part of that reduced fee. So typical to our sports, where it's $75 to join, folks who do fit within that youth fee waiver, it's typically dropped down to $20. So in this case, we'd have the same, we propose in the master fee schedule here to have that same element built in.
And can you remind me, Director, if one of your children is eligible, all your children become eligible, and that applies for any given city-sponsored?
That's correct. So it's your entire household. So whether it's one child, 3, 4, whatever that number may be, your entire household is eligible for any City of Fresno, whether it's swim lessons, youth basketball, soccer, and any camps that may have a fee, you would be eligible for that.
Okay, understood. I'm agreeable to that. I did want to talk a little bit about the security deposit per advance reservation. It's being proposed as a new fee, $100. Can you talk me through that and explain that to me?
Sure, and that's consistent with our other security fees that we've added in the previous years. So this reservation fee is really for our quarterly reservations as folks submit and go through our process to reserve a court or a field for a quarter of the year. We then would put that $100 security deposit, and again, it's for the life of that reservation, so that quarterly reservation. It's not each individual time they're out there. And 80% of that is...
What do you mean by that? It's for
so
how
if
long does it last?
Right, so if you had a reservation, let's say every Tuesday and Thursday for a 3-month span, you would be charged $100 initially.
Quarterly basis.
Correct, and at the end of your reservation, 80% of that is refundable. And what that deposit does, it has a pre and post inspection, just ensuring, when the fields were returned or given over to you, there wasn't any damage, and when you return them, we don't have tire marks, whatever that may be.
I feel like it's a good bang for your buck if you're going to be out there every Tuesday for 3 months, but I guess it's the folks that just want to reserve once or twice. That seems like a pretty steep amount.
And so the once or twice, so like let's say you and I want to go out and reserve a basketball court to go play, that fee would not apply to that one-time reservation. It follows our quarterly reservation. So the onesie, twosies will not get charged that $100 reservation fee.
Perfect, okay. The last question I had was the inline hockey rink addition to the field reservations.
Yes, sir.
I'm familiar, obviously, with the one at Cary Park. How many of these do we actually have across the city, or is it pretty much just Cary Park?
You're the only one.
Okay, so walk me through that, please.
Okay, so it's actually a reduction. So if you, I'm going to turn you to page 66 of the master fee schedule. So in that, you'll see the concrete park rental, which was $90 with a 2-hour minimum, which would be $180. That's what we were previously operating under. So if you wanted to reserve the Cary Park inline rink, it was $180 for a 2-hour minimum. Now we've moved that over into our community, community and neighborhood park. So now you get that same court for $25 for a 4-hour span. So what's that, $625 an hour versus the old fee of $180. So now you'd be paying $25 and get 4 hours of reservation. So it's really a reduction.
What's the logic there? Why nickel and dime yourself?
Excuse me?
What's the logic there in reducing that amount?
Really the fee that we have here, the old fee was under skate park and bike parks. It's not a skate park, it's not a bike park. So we wanted to be clear with that and really align that with our fees for our other like baseball fields and soccer fields. And we have a number of groups that go out and use it, and come to find out that cost is a little bit prohibitive to the $180 per session, and a lot of these folks are wanting to use this on a biweekly basis.
Okay. Well, given I'm the sole proprietor of this inline hockey rink, what I would like to do is approve this item, but can we come back to the next meeting specifically in regards to the hockey? Just want to make sure I'm totally understanding it before I approve it.
Okay.
So I make a motion to approve this item with the caveat that in regards to the inline hockey rink, that we will put that on the next agenda. So you and I can have an opportunity to talk a little bit more about that.
Sure.
I just want to make sure I'm understanding it correctly.
Great.
Okay.
I can second your motion, but I do have questions and potential changes.
Yeah, I'm done with my line of questions. Thank you, President. President. So next we have Councilmember Richardson punched up, and then we'll go to Council Vice President.
Yes, Director. Explain to me real quick, for the aquatics program, who is our target demographic for this? Who's benefiting the most from the provision of these free classes?
So the provision right now is we have Fresno Unified students in the city of Fresno limits, ages 3 to 17. They all receive a free swim lesson per year.
Specifically, children who don't otherwise have the opportunity to learn how to swim?
That's correct.
So, as I understand, in the city of Fresno, it is free for the first lesson, keeping kids out of, canals, other bodies of water so they can safely learn how to swim?
That's correct.
The second one, so if your kid is a slow learner when it comes to getting your feet wet, that's then going to cost the parent, and we're looking to increase that fee, to double that fee?
Correct. So that would be the subsequent lesson. So your first lesson, again, your first session, I keep saying lesson, but your first session, which includes approximately 5 hours of instructional classes, that would be free. And if you wanted to take an additional class or additional session, then that would be the additional fee that we're proposing here.
Okay, what's the general student-teacher ratio in these swim classes?
6 students per 1 instructor.
Okay. As having personally coached a lot of swimming, taught a lot of kids who swim like a washing machine to turning them into little fish, I can tell you the addition of one more kid, especially a kid who needs a little extra help, is not an undue burden on the instructor. And I think I need a little more explanation as to why we're doubling that fee for those. If your kid's a little bit slower to learn, to say, hey, either foot $100 or send your kid out to the canal to go learn out there.
Right, and this lesson here is one way to look at it is a way of ensuring that all of our youth in the city of Fresno have an opportunity to take that free lesson. So we aren't having multiple students take that lesson. We want to ensure that everyone has that opportunity to take that one free lesson. Others have means to pay for those lessons. Like, I guess if you want to look at a private, I don't want to mention any names here, but a private swim instructor being $500-600 is what I remember paying for my children. I think that the $100 for a subsequent lesson is relatively fair. And as I mentioned, the youth fee waiver would come into play, which would then further reduce that down to those that are eligible down to, I think it's $45 for that subsequent lesson.
That's an economic measure?
Excuse me?
That's an economic measure that will qualify them for that?
Yes, those that qualify. And typically right now we're seeing about 80% of our youth do qualify for that youth fee waiver.
Copy. All right, thank you.
Council Vice President.
Thank you. We're going to stay on swimming for a bit,
okay,
and we'll move on to trash. So, to clarify, the only students right now that we're targeting for free swim lessons is Fresno Unified students?
Fresno Unified or City of Fresno youth. So you do have some youth who may go to Clovis Unified Schools but live within the city limits.
So the Fresno Unified is providing $400,000 a year to us?
Roughly correct.
Does Clovis Unified provide any funding?
At this time, they do not.
Central Unified?
They do not.
Washington Union?
No.
Have we made a request? Have we asked for them to partner with us on providing free swim lessons for their kids?
So we have had conversations with Central Unified starting last year, and those conversations are starting up again. They are interested in looking at how they can partner with us. And I believe in talking with Councilmember Richardson, Clovis Unified, we would have some contacts there to start those conversations as well.
Okay, I'm not in a position right now to be supportive of us doubling the fee for the second lesson. We have a lot of kids with special needs, special conditions that we don't all learn at the same pace. And I recognize that there's a potential voucher, but there's an application process and you got to go, currently, where do you have to file for the voucher?
So online, and we do have some folks who come into our administrative office, but typically online.
Okay. And I did the math, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, but if the folks who take a second lesson right now, which are under 100 people, were to be charged $100 next year, we're looking at less than $10,000, correct?
Correct.
And the Measure P Resident Commission opposed us doubling the fee, correct?
They did, yes.
And did they go a little further and say there should be zero fee, even if it's for a second session?
I don't recall them coming up with a particular number. I know they were looking at zero fee, some were looking at 50. A few numbers were thrown around, but they did not come up with a specific number.
What's your current operating budget for the Parks Department?
With capital operating and
total,
I think this year we were at 150 $54 million.
Okay, so, and I'm assuming you have carryover?
In a few of those funds, yes, we do.
Would your budget be decimated if we asked you to pick up the $10,000 cost and leave the second swim fee at the same level?
I think we could work out, again, with some of the youth fee waivers, I think we could work out a way to maybe take care of that with some of the carryover. I don't know what that looks like going forward, though.
Can I interrupt here?
Sure.
So I think, you know, the way we looked at the master fee schedule this year is we know that we're the beginning part of the fiscal 26 budget. And in all honesty, we are going to be looking to try and find a way to relieve some of the general fund contribution to the Parks Department because we are far exceeding what is outlined as the baseline revenue. So because we know we're going to have a general fund shortfall, we're looking at every single general fund department to figure out where we can start squeezing some dollars out. So totally appreciate that it's $10,000. But as you look throughout, you know, the entire message, that's just sort of the theme that you will hear as we're trying to find a way to help relieve the general fund, which means Measure P money will be spent instead. So I just want to put that out there.
And your proposal has you charging what for a non-city resident adult? What is the fee that you're proposing to charge?
So our proposal in the item before you is $129 for the, or $129 for the non-resident or adults.
And what's the maximum that you can charge a non-resident for that?
133.
133. So from my perspective, and I appreciate, you know, as we all know, the budgets are going to get a little tighter, but it's also a reflection of who we impose the additional burden on. And from my perspective, doubling the second session is not the place for us to start, especially when we do have sufficient Measure P dollars that could cover the $10,000 cost. It doesn't have to be general fund. It could be Measure P. We have carryover Measure P dollars.
Which are going to go, and once again, just want to clarify, you absolutely have no problem what you're talking about, but those Measure P dollars are going to be going to offset the general fund money that we're going to pull out. So today we do.
Yes.
In a few months, we probably won't.
Wow. What's our annual revenue for Measure P? How much are the Fresno residents paying extra? What does that generate for us a year in Measure P tax?
That's fluctuated over the last couple of years, but approximately about $42 to $43 million.
So Fresno taxpayers that pass Measure P to expand recreational use services are paying an additional $40 million a year to expand services for youth and recreation and parks, which swimming is part of it. And we're proposing to start increasing fees in that space. I think we can find $10,000 in a $40 million bucket.
And just to comment on that, you know, out of the $43 million, this comes out of Category 3, which is the smallest percentage of all 5 categories. And again, this goes into our youth and seniors, so it is one of our smaller operating budgets.
Council member, also, I totally hear what you're saying, and I think because we had the youth fee waiver, that would offset, you know, a big portion of the cost. I think that was why we were okay with bringing it before you, but totally acknowledge your point. It just, you know, it just comes to sometimes making difficult choices. So if this is the path that the council wants to go to, then we'll just figure it out another way.
If I may, I was listening for the answer to Member Maxwell's question of how much is in the fee waiver category left, but we don't have the answer today. If you were to tell me there's a couple $100,000 and we can easily absorb that, I'd be comfortable. But I don't know, is this time sensitive for us to approve today?
These fees wouldn't take effect till July 1st, so I think we're okay with coming back next council meeting with that.
Yeah. We'll go back and look at that number, and if there's not enough in there to cover, then you all can.
But before we do that, Councilmember Maxwell, I think he's punched up as well.
That's fine. I'll amend my original motion to include that provision as well to come back on the 30th. But I mean, from what I'm hearing, I mean, $10,000, we're not doing this for economic reasons. We're doing it so we could cycle more children through the program.
something like 80% of them that are taking the course again would be eligible for the fee waiver. So if that's the concern, cycling children through, I mean, can we do like a 7-to-1 or an 8-to-1 ratio instead of 6-to-1 so we can ensure that more kids that want to go through the program are able to go through that program?
Yeah, and we can look at it. And again, the number that I represented, the 100, that's who went through for a subsequent lesson last year. There are others who have asked that we have not been able to kind of push through. So there are more that would be willing to go through this if they. And some have asked, can I pay for that subsequent lesson? Obviously we have no way of charging them that second fee, but yeah, I mean, that number I think would go up if we were able to allow a subsequent lesson.
And just, you know, to Member Maxwell's point, I think if the goal is to increase the capacity of the swim program to serve more youth, then that's my goal too. Okay. But folks who don't qualify for the low-income waiver are also paying to Measure P. So it's not fair to simply pass on a higher cost to them when they're middle class and paying the additional parks tax already. It's like double taxing them, and that doesn't seem to be the goal here. In my view, we're serving 3,000 kids now, and we can serve 4,000 next year. Then let's do that. We just got to find a way to finance it.
Is the 6-to-1 ratio like state mandated, or?
Yeah, we'll look at the regulations and kind of get back to you on that one. Do want to note that the youth fee waiver, we are expanding that, as you all are aware. We've added youth cricket to that, and then we have plans to add additional sports to that. So that bucket of money initially started off with, I think, 6 programs, and now is growing to some additional sports.
And I want to say that was a $400,000 allocation this last fiscal year, was it not?
I'd have to go back and confirm that.
I think some of it was carried over from the first year.
There was some carryover. I don't know what.
So it might be a shrinking bucket because we're adding more eligible programs to it, right?
Correct.
So, go ahead, Council President. No, please go ahead. No, I just amend my original motion to include both of those. I'll have Sean with my office reach out to
I'll
discuss
second
before.
to bring back the swim program as well.
Aaron, I also would like you to run, I did not know that we could have been doing 133 for the non-resident. I thought we were at 129. If we raise that to 133 because these are non-city, so they're not paying Measure P, what would that look like? Include that when you talk with the council members,
The
please.
133?
Yeah.
Okay.
Dr. Ivan spoke on this issue. I'm going to ask a couple quick clarifying questions. So my father goes to physical therapy, and when he does that, they do an assessment throughout the time. Some things he does better on, some things he doesn't. As we have children go through this program, and this is to Councilmember Richardson's point that some kids may not be doing well. We don't want to take the opportunity away from them. Do we have an assessment? Do we give them a certificate when they finish? Is there a way that the instructor can say, well, you know, this child needs more help. We're going to let them come back and maybe not charge them for that subsequent lesson?
Response to that. I know we do give them a certificate upon completion. As far as the assessment piece of it, let me ask.
Maybe include that in the next, when you come back.
Okay.
See if we can incorporate that as well.
We'll do.
Okay. Councilman Richardson?
Yeah, we'll, Director, my staff will be getting a hold of you. If it means kids are going to be able to be slow learners when it comes to the water, like I was, and keep them from drowning, keep parents from paying more, and keep us from blowing the budget, I'd like to pursue those talks with Clovis Unified, and my district would specifically be interested in offsetting some of that cost for you, and offsetting the cost for those parents.
Great, appreciate that.
Council President, I do have a couple more questions on parks fees. Director, are we at the maximum amount that we can charge for out-of-city residents for the camp?
So, Camp Fresno or?
Yes, Camp Fresno.
So Camp Fresno, we brought that back to council, what was it, last year before. We did have a one-time increase of, I believe, 20% and we looked at other camps that were in close proximity and same type of amenities. So I think we had a one-time increase of about 20-30%. And then we also implemented the cost of living increase at that point. We can go back and revisit if others have increased their cost, but I think right now, last time we looked, we're pretty close to what others, and again, there's a lot, it's kind of unique in its own. Some have just basic amenities, and we have a few, so.
The reason I ask is, given the, current fires down south, I know we spent quite a bit of money trimming trees and getting fire prevention improvements. I know Camp Fresno is not making us money, it's probably losing us money. So I'd like you to come back and see if we have to make the adjustment to the non-city resident who uses that camp as a way to recover some of those costs and continue to do the necessary maintenance, especially on fire prevention, given that it's in a high-risk area for wildfires. I do have some questions for the Public Utilities Department. Thank you, Director.
You're welcome. Thank you, Will.
Any other questions, Vice President?
Brock and Dari.
Ladies, garbage cans, my other favorite subject.
Councilmember, what page?
Oh, 147 maybe?
Thank you.
Can I take a moment just to clarify? I love the new look.
This might be
Thank
a question.
you, Council President.
This might be a question for you, City Manager, or for the Assistant City Manager or somebody. But what I noticed on your guys' master fee schedule, City Manager, is that you list essentially every potential service that we provide as a city. And when we have no cost associated to that service, you also list on the master fee schedule 0 cost. I've been now through 3 city managers and a few directors. And when it comes to the question of do we replace stolen trash cans from residential homes for free or at a cost, I've gotten 2 different answers over my 6 years. The other question is, do we replace damaged garbage cans for residents at a cost? I've also gotten different answers to that. The current director and city manager have told me there is no cost for replacing damaged garbage cans or stolen garbage cans. However, I don't see that in the master fee schedule and this is the Bible of what we charge and what we don't charge. So my question for the city manager and the public utilities director is, if I make a motion to approve this item, can we include that language into the master fee schedule to make it crystal clear that residents will not be charged for their stolen garbage cans to be replaced or their damaged garbage cans to be replaced? Because I don't want to have a secondary interpretation of whether we charge by the next city manager. Not that you won't be here for a while, city manager.
I won't respond to that.
But yeah, that's more
So,
of a
I mean, I think,
consistency.
I do see the line where we have the container, it's not specifically to stolen. We do have the replacements, but that's more for voluntary replacements.
Yeah, for upgrades.
Right. So a customer might call and say they don't like the appearance of their container. We'll replace it with a refurbished one.
That's different.
Yes,
That's not
I'm
what we're
fine with
talking
that.
about.
Right.
So you're looking for a line that says stolen container replacement 0.
Correct. Or repaired, replaced, damaged container. Sometimes the trucks damage the tops off.
Yeah.
And, right now we don't charge. It's the position of the director. But it's not in the master fee schedule as not a charge.
So in a conversation after our meeting yesterday with Henry, it was an email, a conversation, we don't put in 0 charge services in the master fee schedule.
We do, though. Across departments, there's a ton of them.
Well, I'm seeing some things that say no charge.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
That's why I'm
That
asking.
was the feedback. I don't know, Henry.
Council member, yes, we can work on that.
Okay, so Council Member Maxwell, will you be amenable to amend the motion just to include that there is 0 fee for replacement of stolen trash cans and damaged trash cans, or do we bring it back? How do you guys want to do it?
I'm sorry, I got distracted for a second, looking at Henry, sorry.
Should we amend the master fee schedule to include those 2 additional service line items as 0 charge so that it's clear for everyone? Or do we want to bring this back with you guys including that yourselves?
I see Henry saying yes, and
What is the will of the...
you want to bring it back, or you want to just amend it? We'll add it. Just
So-
amend it from the dais, and we'll
Okay.
include it.
Councilman Maxwell, are you amenable to an amendment to include those 2 line items with 0 charges?
You're okay with that, Director?
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay, that's amended.
All right, so the motion is to then approve the master fee schedule as proposed with adding 2 additional line items, one for replacing stolen residential trash cans and damaged residential trash cans at 0 cost, and bringing back the swim lesson fees and the courts fees for the next meeting.
Okay, so Councilmember Maxwell has agreed to amend the motion, and it's been seconded by Vice President.
Yes.
Any further discussion? Okay, any opposition? There being none, the motion moves forward 5-0.
Thank you all.
The next contested consent item is item 2D, as in darn, where's Gary? And it's been it's been pulled by the Council Vice President.
Thank you, Council President. City Manager, last meeting and Assistant City Manager Quinto, we had a discussion over reallocating some American Rescue funds to garage renovations. Is this the item that executes that?
Yes.
Is this the total amount that we reallocated, Director?
Phil, can you take that for me, please?
For the record, Assistant Director, Plan Development Department, Phil Sky. Councilmember Arias, this is inclusive of. So as stated in the staff report, the way in which the Garage 9 renovation is being paid for comes from multiple sources, inclusive of the ARPA dollars that you referenced.
So what is the total project scope of work that's going to take place with these $3+ million?
Yeah, so I'll speak to it in broad terms, and then I might look to Capital Projects, who's been managing the scope of it, to add specifics. But in essence, I mean, Councilmember, the Garage 9 bank building, as we sometimes refer to it, really currently is in its inherited condition from many years ago. It requires a complete gut down to the studs. We have some asbestos remediation that has to occur. We've got new mechanicals. Obviously, we're going to be constructing some conference rooms and offices for management, and then obviously new finishes. Additionally, there are some ADA requirements and some parking enhancements just to make it publicly accessible and functional to serve all of the staff, inclusive of technology, which I didn't mention.
So when we reference Garage 9 renovation project, the assumption is that we're actually renovating the parking structure for use by parking tenants. But based on your scope of work, looks like we're just building a bunch of new office space and upgrading office space.
Councilmember, we've talked about it a number of times.
Correct.
And in the previous staff reports, it's very, very descriptive that this is going to be the new home of the Housing and Homeless Division.
So what part of this project is going to be actual improvements to a parking portion of the garage?
Virtually nothing. I mean, striping. So you have there are on the very first floor outside of the doors. There is going to be a path of travel that is just simply necessary as it relates to ADA in order to ensure that slopes are compliant with the law, and then new striping just for that path of travel. But 99% of what is occurring is happening interior, inside the walls, for the purposes of establishing the office space. So anything that's happening as it relates to the striping or the ADA path of travel is a requirement for the improvements and the change of use.
So if you come back to us in 6 months to inform us that there's some structural problems to the garage, that we now have to close the garage to public use, and we just spent $3 million technically on the garage but not on the garage, how are we going to address that? What's your funding source for dealing with the actual garage aspect of the garage?
So Council members, you might recall we have a Walter...
Stop. Okay. So I can appreciate why this project from the beginning was named Garage 9 renovation. I can appreciate the confusion. But this item has been before you a number of times. And quite frankly, council member, it was at your request that we take this space that we owned that has been non-functioning and non-productive, instead of paying lease rates, that we take and rehab an existing building for use for our city department. So for, I think, going on almost 2 years now, we've been going down this path. I understand the confusion that it's been referred to as the Garage 9 renovation project, but it's never been about the parking garage. I think because it is the interior, it's the office space portion of the garage building. On our asset list, it's referred to as Garage 9.
I understand that. But I was also under the impression that we were actually going to make improvements to the structure of the garage that the public uses.
Not as part of this scope, council member.
So is the garage in good condition?
So I'd have to defer to either Director Clark or our parking manager, but I will say this, that we have a Walter P. Moore study that was done a number of years ago, and we've come back to this body on a number of occasions annually to discuss priorities. I know that they've been budgeted based upon needs, and so I'll look to Director Clark if you'd like to speak to any of that. I am not familiar enough with the results of the Walter P. Moore study to speak to the condition of Garage 9, but it's my understanding that there are not high priority needs as it relates to that garage. Director?
Councilmember, good afternoon. There are a couple of medium and low priority projects that are being conducted right now in that garage and in other garages. In particular, the stairwells, modifications and improvements to elevators. So modernization of the structure itself would occur with the automation project, which council took action on to appropriate funds at the last council meeting. So this particular project really is the interior space, which requires upgrades of the bathrooms, elevator, et cetera.
In your estimation, Director, is the garage, would the garage after the automation, after the office space component of the improvements, be in a good enough condition for the foreseeable future?
Yeah, it is one of our better garages in terms of its current condition. We did just last year initiate a new study because, as you know, the Walter P. Moore study is old. And so it could obviously identify other issues, but it is in relatively good condition in comparison to our other garages.
So there's no, at this point, there's no significant structural integrity issues that would lead us to close access to the public?
No.
Thank you. Those are my questions. Motion to approve.
Is there a second on the motion by the Vice President? I'll second it. Seconded by Councilmember Maxwell. Any other council members for discussion? There being none, any opposition? Motion passes 5-0. We're going to move on to the next contested consent item, 2H. And this is an item I pulled, so if Police Chief Billy Alcorn wouldn't mind, sorry, Fire Chief Billy Alcorn, you got promoted for a second.
Congratulations, Billy.
Lateral move, Billy. So thank you, Chief, for being here. Before we discuss my question to this item, would you mind telling us about some of the work the Fresno Fire Department is doing to help our partners down south and the folks down south suffering from these devastating fires?
Yeah, so Fresno Fire, like many fire agencies, participates in the mutual aid response system. And so every year when we have fires throughout the state, we send resources to basically support them through the mutual aid process. So currently we have, I think, 18 firefighters deployed. We have 3 engines out with 4 people on them, so 12 deployed there, and then a handful of single resources. So that's strike team leaders or line EMTs or different positions that we go out and support. So I think we've got about 8 at the Palisades fire, and the rest of them have all been on the Eaton fire near Pasadena.
Okay. Well, I can tell you, it really does mean a lot. I understand that we always worry about staffing here in Fresno, but that servant's heart your members have, it goes to show because they're exposed like anyone else is to all the dangers out there. So thank you.
Yeah,
thank
no,
you,
the
City Manager.
members.
Thank you, City Manager, as well, for making sure we dedicate resources to that. So on this item, I just want to question, what happens with the money?
What happens with the money? So it's a very lengthy process, but basically each year we submit a salary survey to OES that kind of identifies what it costs to send our resources out of county. So when we send them out, they pay them just like they're here, and then the state reimburses us for those costs. And Christy back here is the one that does all the invoicing for that. So when the money comes back in, goes into the general fund. That's why the item today is basically asking for an appropriation or allocation to cover the overages that we've experienced due to this busy fire season. So basically we have to go back to the general fund and ask for those monies.
Well, I want to drill down a little bit more. So the money goes in the general fund, but it stays within the...
I might have it just a touch off.
Are you talking about the OES reimbursement?
OES reimbursement is what I'm assuming you're...
Yes.
Okay,
yeah.
so I just want to make sure it's clear. So we have 2 different categories of overtime in the fire department budget. We have the regular shift replacement overtime, and then we have the overtime that gets generated and the cost for when we send out of county. So we get reimbursed at a rate established by OES. I think nowadays we, you need to say it because I want to make sure I don't get myself in trouble with OES of the reimbursement rate.
Yeah, so we get reimbursed. There's an average that we get for each rank: chief officers, captains, engineers, firefighters. There's a rate that we get. Then we get an administrative fee on top of that. So Christy does basically, she oversees our entire payroll. So a percentage of her time is all calculated in that administrative rate. And then all the apparatus that we send, the engines, the water tenders, the pickup trucks, all that type of stuff, we're basically leasing those to the state of California at a specific rate per vehicle.
And so the state pays us back
Sure.
for all of our expenses. So yes, it comes into the city, into the general fund, and then into the fire department's budget.
That's very helpful. I want to drill down a little bit more, though. So that money is reimbursable. It comes back, just as you outlined. But given that our firefighters are out there, they're exposed, is there anything we can do with those dollars that come back when it comes to health and wellness or anything like that? Is there anything specific, or is it just out there to be spent in different line items in the department? Bless you.
I believe it's we can work together. So basically, if there's, let's just call it excess revenues, I think what you're maybe trying to ask. If there's any type of excess revenue above and beyond any operations, I think it's just us coming back and asking for that appropriation for a certain thing, right?
There's no excess revenue in the fire department. I just want to make sure that's clear.
No.
I would say there's the opposite of excess revenue in the fire department.
Okay. So if we were to, I don't know how time sensitive this is, if we were to come back to review this item on the 30th and maybe just double check and see if there's any other ideas for where we can find revenues for wellness, would that be appropriate, or is this time sensitive?
So with this money, are you talking about?
This money in a broader conversation.
So this money today, the agenda item today
It's just the OES reimbursement.
Yeah, so basically last year when we established this every year, we go off of averages. So I think we asked for roughly $800,000 based off of previous years. We expended that due to the busy fire season.
Right.
When we put this agenda item in place a month ago, we didn't expect for these fires to happen in January.
So we're covering that till we get reimbursed.
We'll be more than likely coming back again to cover what we just so.
So if we came back and said we're going to spend, I'm going to make it up, $100,000 on this wellness program, it means that the fire department's going to be over budget by $100,000.
Got it.
So there's not.
Fair enough. I understand.
Yeah. Is there a time sensitivity on this, Billy? Can this wait one more time, or?
I don't want to do anything that's going to cause us not to be able to respond to these fires.
I think we're going to be. Well, Christy can. The time sensitivity thing. I mean, we don't have any more money left in that account to put.
You don't have the appropriation.
I'm going to make a motion to move forward today, and maybe we'll come back and have a greater conversation about the other item I mentioned.
Okay.
Second.
Okay, seconded by Councilmember Esparza.
Okay.
Any other council members punched up? Councilmember Arias.
I do have one question.
Yeah.
Are you currently on pace to spend all your overtime allocation?
Are we currently on pace to spend our entire overtime allocation? I would say yes. We are on pace to spend it.
Are you on pace to overspend your overtime allocation?
We appear to be just a touch over because salary savings will cover a majority of our overages.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Chief, one last thing. Can you tell us about what we've been doing here in the city to prevent these kind of, I understand this is not Southern California, but we've always had a worry about a bluff fire. You've done a tremendous amount of mitigation work over the last few years. Tell us a little bit about that before you go.
Yeah, so a couple years ago, we partnered with the Conservancy to try to do some mitigations in that area. So each year when we do our wildland refresher drill, Chief French and his team have gone out there and they've done basically vegetation management reduction through handline construction and all the different skills that we would need to do. And we've not only got training for our folks, but we've also mitigated the spread of fire by reducing vegetation.
And that's still ongoing, that work?
Yep. Yeah, we're actually looking for additional opportunities to do training throughout the city as well.
Great. Thank you, Chief, and thank you to our friends at the San Joaquin River Conservancy for that partnership.
Yep. Thank you.
Great. Thank you. So there's been a motion and a second. Any opposition? There being none, motion passes 5-0. Thank you. We're going to move on to the next item, item 2N, as in Nancy, and it was pulled by Council Vice President.
Director, this contract essentially hires a consultant to do real estate acquisition and relocation services for the city. I've never seen this in my tenure. Can you walk me through what projects we're planning to use them for in terms of acquisition of property or relocation of tenants?
Sure. Phil Sky, Assistant Director of Planning Development Department. Council Vice President, I will say that this is a contract that Public Works has also had for a number of years. They utilize a relocation consultant, capital projects as well. Planning and Development has procured Hamner, Jewell and Associates to serve our department in this capacity in an on-demand fashion. This year, we anticipate, as we have in years past, pursuing some grant agreements, or some grant awards, I should say, that could involve real estate transactions. We also are well aware that we have some kind of existing home key projects, shelters in particular, that we need to begin converting. We have, this council has adopted a resolution disposing of one of those sites in particular to the Cesar Chavez Foundation. So every time we engage in any of these real estate transactions, we must contemplate relocation as it relates to federal law. And so in order to do that, we rely upon the services of a relocation consultant. And so that is what this consultant would do for us as needed.
And how have we managed that in your department thus far? Because I know we use them for Public Works as we're building the interchange, right? We're buying businesses and relocating them. But today, have we been using a relocation consultant?
We have, and so we've relied on Public Works for those consultant services. Nevertheless, we've used them. Just a couple of examples are, for all of our home key projects where we acquired motels. Now that's not something we're contemplating for this next year, but historically, that's what we've done. When we've acquired a motel, there are people that are living there, and we are responsible for their relocation.
So have you essentially been borrowing Public Works consultant to do those services?
We have when needed.
And is this the same consultant used by Public Works and the other departments?
This consultant has been used. They're not the only one utilized by the city of Fresno.
And do we have any history with them?
We do, yes. Matter of fact, this consultant is the consultant supporting is still supporting our Senior Activities Center project. So we have some commercial tenants there that they are.
And it's gone well?
It has.
Okay. I just want to make sure because, as you noted, when we start transitioning these shelters, relocation will be key for those folks. And I don't want to be doing that relocation effort with the new consultant that has no experience with the city and then have the chambers full of people claiming that they were not relocated.
Sure.
And that they were put back in the street. So those are all my concerns.
Thank you.
Thank you. With that, make a motion to approve.
So moved. Is there a second? Second by Councilmember Maxwell. All those in, any opposition? There being none, motion passes 5-0. Thank you, Director. Moving on lastly to item 2P as in Peter. That was also pulled by Council Vice President.
Director, Southwest Strategies, you're extending their contract for outreach services of organic waste. As a customer, all I've seen in terms of outreach and marking our organic waste is the stickers that they put on top of garbage cans. Is that the extent of their outreach around organic waste?
We've developed some fact sheets that are being handed out at public events. The extension of this contract will be a little bit more aggressive with radio and television outreach, participation at additional public events, and kind of really trying to get the message out more than we have to this point.
And you're asking for $420,000 more to do
It's
that?
$128,000 more.
And it's additional grant funding, if I understand correctly.
And this is all grant funded, that's
Yes.
correct.
So is that ratepayer funds?
No.
Okay. Motion to approve.
So moved. Is there a second? I will second that one. And any opposition? There being none, motion carries 5-0. That should be the remainder of the contested consent calendar. And I believe that takes us to unscheduled communication. So at this time, Anyone wishing to speak to the council, you'll have 3 minutes. Please come up. Come on down. And thank you for being patient. Oh, yeah, thank you. Thank you. Thanks for being so patient, Des. You have 3 minutes.
Hello. Okay, so I wanted to speak up on the multiple families, the children that are still sleeping on the streets. Paparello House has had an overwhelming amount of children every single day on the streets. People are showing up. They'll take like 58 numbers the other day, and unfortunately, they came out and told all the children that were freezing outside, sorry, come back tomorrow because we're only going to take number up to 40. And we had 58 numbers pulled. They have heaters out there that have not been utilized until we made a phone call to city. Thank you. She knows who she is, for helping us because they ended up pulling out the heaters, turning them on. They went and got sweaters and shoes and brought out snacks, and hopefully they continue to do that every single day and we don't have to call. But that's not the issue. The issue is the children. The children that are still on the streets, the ones that you guys say don't exist. I don't want to have to keep on filming children and tagging you guys in it, but they're there. If you don't believe me, there's a lot of families that are asking me to ask you guys to come spend a whole day with them at the Paparello House. Because either they're going to end up getting housed that day just because you're standing next to them, or you're actually going to see the suffering of the children down there on the street. And Santa Clara is being swept every single morning. I don't know why we're spending this money on Fresno PD to go down there and spend every single morning, wasting hundreds of thousands of dollars when you guys just did a publicity sweep and stated that you had cleared up Santa Clara Street. So why are we utilizing Fresno police officers on Santa Clara Street every single morning? Also, I'd like to make a complaint, and I don't know who to, but the mayor did a big old, we had 47 people accept housing, our shelter. No, there was over 155 people on the street begging for shelter, and you only took 47. But it leads me to believe you withheld 47 beds from the public, from the unhoused community that you went out and arrested. So there's evidence that you guys arrested individuals prior to that week of going out and housing and sheltering those 47 people. That doesn't make no sense to me. People are being asked to let go of their dogs on the street, but Fresno City doesn't have any room. So guess what? They show up at the shelters threatening to arrest the individual that had to give up their dog on the street. Make this make sense. We have 36 students over at Fresno City College currently right now that have been on the streets, sleeping in their cars. I want to know why the past year you guys paid Fresno City has a contract, and I don't know who to go to about this, but I'm sick and tired of these kids being on the streets when there was a contract with one of the people here in Fresno to house the students, and these units were left unhoused for a year, vacant. And finally, they said they're going to do something. Hopefully, they do it. And I want you guys to look into Spencer Irwin, because I will be out here in the streets deep. Spencer Irwin deserves to be respected. His family deserves, and Fresno PD needs compassion training, please. Look up Spencer Irwin.
Thank you, Des. Before we go to the next speaker, I did receive a card, and I want to be respectful of this. I'm going to do my best to pronounce the name. Is it Concha? Concha, please. Is that it? Oh, Kong. Oh, Kong Cha. I'm sorry. Okay, there you go. First and last name. Mr. Cha, thank you for being here. You will have 3 minutes.
So I'm pretty sure you guys know the Cha family, and over a little 2 years now, and been housed for a whole year, was evicted because of my disability. And I'm pretty sure you guys are aware of my emails, or my wife's emails towards you guys, to see what we could do about that, and never really have any response back from anybody. Another thing, being discriminated. Do you guys know how it feels? Do you guys know being vision impaired and being thrown out or evicted out of their house for being vision impaired? Do you guys know how it feels? I bet you guys don't. But another thing, Paparello House, over 2 years, a little over 2 years when I was homeless, and I have asked them to give me Braille for what I'm signing. And I recently asked again just yesterday, and they had told me, what is Braille? Come on, my kids could tell me, Dad, hey, look for the door, feel the door. You can see the door that, you know where, what number it is. If my kids could tell me, why does staff, or why do the staff don't know what is Braille? Isn't it over 20 staff consider to be ADA compliance? I don't understand. Could anybody tell me something that I'm missing? Or is it just that people don't care? That's all. We're back on the streets, though. The Chaw family, okay?
Thank you. And next speaker, please come forward and state your name and address.
Adela Resendez, and I'm a student at Preston City College. I just kind of want to reflect towards, like they mentioned, Poverello House, the Mission, the places that are able to provide any type of assistance to those that are homeless and experience disadvantages. I also want to look towards the mental health and the rise and the part that where there's a lot of individuals that don't have sufficient housing and don't have any way to seek treatment towards mental health. Mental health is rising and it affects the youth. The youth, I wanted to see if I could get an approval to probably try to bring summer youth back for the kids. I don't know if you guys are familiar with that, but that's the place where you go get training during the summer, either school, education-based, or EOC, different type of businesses that are able to help kids obtain a job and for the summer, along with introducing them to finding a way to prevent mental health from invading their lives and taking over. There are ways that you could, prevent certain mental health issues, and I think that if we're able to come together as a community and as you guys officials, we probably can reduce the rise in that, and we could probably do something beneficial, as in keeping them and guiding them with a bit of responsibility, a little bit more organized. I believe it would kind of guide them towards, trying to get off the streets and trying to get their housing situations. Like, I think it would probably help more beneficial. That's all I wanted.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, you'll have 3 minutes.
Hi, I'm Ricky Cha. What my husband Kwang was trying to explain is that we were part of the VIP program. We were homeless for a whole year. We got into the VIP program. The city gave our owner, the landlord, $7,000 for us to get in. She wanted us. What happened was exactly what Gary sat there and said would happen. What are we going to do when these families are going to be evicted in a year, and we're giving this landlord so much money? And that's exactly what happened to us. I was evicted not because I wasn't late on rent. I didn't break the only thing was a violation because she wanted a $300,000 insurance policy for bodily injury, and I only purchased $100,000. And so that was the violation of my lease. That's why I was evicted, for purchasing the wrong policy amount of renter's insurance. And so that's what Kong was trying to explain to you guys, that he felt, because it wasn't an issue until we, again, got legally married, because I lived there 7 months without renter's insurance. The renter's insurance wasn't an issue until we renewed our, marriage, and then it became an issue. She wanted, did you ever get that insurance? And, I told her I have a $100,000 policy. No, she wanted a $300,000 policy because my husband is visually impaired because he's disabled. You know, we went to court. Her attorney told me that I was referred over to the EPP program, the Eviction Protection Program. Their advice was to file bankruptcy, and so I didn't return. But we returned back to the streets now with another eviction on our record. I don't know what to do. I don't know where. We were at the Poverello house, just the way we are right here. That's the way we are at the Poverello, but outside with the other families, with the other kids that are smaller than my kids. And it was cold. It was cold out there. The kids were cold, and the heaters weren't on, and it was sad. You know, like we're cold, but at least we're here right now. It was warmer now, but we were glad to be here this morning because otherwise we'd been at the POV, cold, you know, and just all day waiting for a IT voucher. You know, it's crazy. But I have my work here, my paperwork. If you guys want to see my court papers and all that, I have it. So I don't know. That was the VIP program. But the what? Yeah, I said it was $7,000. This landlord got $7,000 for us to move in, and not even a year. That was it. Okay, thank you. Oh.
Thank you, Mrs. Cha.
Thank you.
Is there any other members of the public wishing to speak during unscheduled communication? I don't presently see anyone in the audience coming up. Okay. We are going to close unscheduled communication, and now we're going to move on to the final part of our agenda, which is closed session. We have already taken public comment on closed session items. City Attorney.
Thank you, Council President. The items we have remaining are items C and D. Item C is conference with legal counsel, existing litigation, City of Fresno versus United States Department of Interior Bureau of Reclamation. Item D, conference with legal counsel, existing litigation, Emmett's Excavation Incorporated versus City of Fresno.